I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kramer,
Best notice, she is on Zoom, I believe, and will be participating, but not voting today.
Commissioner O'Rourke,
Present.
Commissioner Rexroth,
Present.
Chairman Wessel,
Here.
Commissioner Ross, present, Commissioner Elmeyer, here, Commissioner Lambert, present.
Thank you. At this time, we have a proposed agenda. Do I have any late additions or deletions or a motion to approve?
Motion to approve as presented?
Support. Support that motion. Say aye.
Aye.
Agenda approved 6-0. We now have our administrator update.
Morning, everyone. Have quite a bit to share with you all this morning, so I'm just going to try to raffle through this as quickly as possible. I usually start out my comments with some kudos and thank yous, and so I do want to say thank you to Lori Eubanks, who has been the interim executive assistant, helping to put all of the packets together and information and answering the phones over the last week, and she will be also throughout next week as well, or I believe actually the end of this week. And then I'm happy to share that next Monday, Jill Rowland will begin her duties as the new executive assistant for administration. So we'll have a transition between Lori and Jill. Lori will be back to her temporary office assistant, and Jill will be the acting executive assistant. So Jill comes to us from charter school as an executive assistant with Greenspire. She has, you'll hopefully appreciate this, she's been, as she said, thrown up on, bled on, has had to deal with upset children, angry parents, and board members as well. So she definitely has had a good training ground, I think, and she's helped me, most importantly, she's helped to maintain the board packet information and has dealt with important contract information, et cetera. So we will hear more about staffing later. In terms of project updates, the lower level department for the environmental division, I just spoke with Dan Thorell this morning. There are some connectivity issues, some cabling that is in process right now that is outside of the scope of the project, but we think we have that covered. More on that once I get a quote next week. But I think it is, in terms of enhancements for the building, something that we can justify. But I will bring information back to the board once I have a quote for those items. We are still on track for the March 31, 2024 completion meeting. Ty and I will be meeting with Cherry Capital Airport. Has requested a meeting with us to discuss zoning ordinances for the airport in regards to a airport approach plan. That meeting is scheduled for later this week. I did have an opportunity
right there. So Rookie, are you our airport rep?
I am on the finance. There are other commissioners who are on the zoning that will deal with it.
Okay.
When you get to the airport, you're assigned
A different subcommittee.
Yeah, I'm on the finance committee with Will Blunt.
So they have some zoning issues, and how can we help Grand Traverse County with zoning issues?
Well, we'll know more about that after our meeting on Thursday. Yeah. So, and this meeting was requested for us to attend, for Ty and I to attend. So it was not a meeting that we had initiated. In regards to the clean energy project, yesterday, Treasurer Gallagher, Interim Finance Director Harsfeld, and myself met with Joe DeForce of the Energy Futures Task Force Group to review the information that needs to move forward with the grant application. And that is for the Michigan Public Service Commission Renewable Energy and Electrification Infrastructure Enhancement and Development Grant. which could pay up to $100 or 100% of the cost to bring solar to the campus. So that is still in process, and I believe that Joe will be making a report to the board February meeting before the application is finally submitted. So that is moving forward. In terms of upcoming meetings, today is the TTCI, the MPO Transportation Group meets today for their policy board. That's at 3 o'clock. I plan to attend unless the weather gets much worse. We also are planning a building and grounds committee meeting to discuss HVAC, facade projects, and lower level updates. That's to be determined based on direction from the board, and then also our regular board meeting next week. Do want to mention copier bids. We did receive the copier bids. We received 2 bids. The current company that we work with, NetLinks, came in at a total of $13,843.15. And the second company, Dynamic Advantage, to manage the copiers, the sharp copiers here at the county building, came in at $35,144.25. So I intend to move forward with maintaining the contract with our current Netflix business solution provider. So more about that coming. So that's almost not quite a third, but more than a half. Less expense. On your packet, in your packet, page 3, I believe it's 2, 3, and 4. There's information about the materials management plan. So I just wanted to share this with the board to give you just a quick update. Gail Meyer and myself have met with our counterparts in Grand Traverse County and also in Benzie County to discuss the MMP and the requirements from the state to draft a letter of intent on what direction the counties are looking to move forward in. We are currently looking at a regional option to discuss. We have 180 days to complete our letter of intent to submit to the state. So the process now is to look at how can we work collaboratively. There are some financial rationale for doing that, and more to come, but I would like to let the board know that I would like to move forward with those discussions with myself, with our neighboring counties, to see what is the most appropriate way and bring back a formal recommendation to the board, perhaps at the February meeting.
Any questions on that? That's a big deal, I think. When I read it, I wondered about the Solid Waste Council's involvement and the composting group's involvement. Is that a part of?
I made a presentation to the Solid Waste Council and basically let them know that we're starting these discussions, and once we know a little bit more what the structure, perhaps a recommended structure, there does seem to be definitely a logical reason to do this in a group approach. Shared expenses, you get more revenue if you do it collectively than independently, and if you do nothing, the state will generate your plan for you. We have to live with it then.
So I hope that you'll talk with the group working on composting also. It would be important to integrate that into the plan.
So I'm the link. So I'm a member of the Solid Waste Council and the crowd. So I'm happy to serve as that link, and I have been so far, I think, effectively.
So that will be one of the challenges with a regional approach, is because there are a limited number of individuals that are required, but then there are options to add. So obviously each county has individuals that they will want, so I think we may look at commissioners that represent the board's best interests. That structure has not been established just yet. It's a little too preliminary to talk about who will be on that group, but that is definitely one of the realities that we'll be talking about, is how do we have representation from all parties at the table.
Any other questions on that?
No, thank you for doing it.
I always worry a little bit about a regional approach, because there can be a plus or it could be a watering down and losing. So we'll want to be careful about how we look at proposals from Grand Traverse County or proposals from Benzie County, and make sure that it meets the legal standard.
I agree.
Together strong.
I echo that, because there was a similar thing done years ago and ended up that Leelanau County was literally dumped on. So be very careful.
But thank you for working on that. Anything else?
Nope, I believe that's it for now.
Okay, thank you. And next on our list is Buzz Long in the Conservation District. Thank you, Buzz, for being here. I've got some handouts here, everybody.
What do you want me to do?
Well, we can hear you right now, Chris, so you might want to mute for now.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm out in the field. I thought it was muted. My apologies.
No worries. I cannot tell if Commissioner Kramer is on the Zoom, so Commissioner, could you just let us know if you are present? There she is. Thank you. Good to see you.
Well, thank you. I'd like to start out this morning by introducing our newest employee, Alex Riktarzik. He's been with us 2.5 months. He's a natural resource / soil erosion technician. And so we're glad to have him on board, and so far everything is going very good. I think Alex maybe could present himself and give you a little information about it. So.
Hello, Board of Commissioners. Great to meet you all. Like Buzz said, been here about 2.5 months now. Come to you from Southeast Michigan originally, born and raised in Metro Detroit, and attended Michigan State before traveling around the country working for various federal agencies before I found my way up here. So very happy to be here and to be a part of the program specifically. I'm pretty heavily invested in the soil erosion program, and looking to continue the program as it is and see what improvements we can make as well.
Spell your last name.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's going to be RYKTARSYK. You're welcome.
Okay, with that, the document I handed out was our latest 5-year long-range plan. The front cover of that is basically just information about the Conservation District, our organization, the mission, vision, those kind of things. The second page covers the staffing. We're currently staffed with approximately 6 full-time equivalent. We have 8 people on staff, 4 of which are part-time and 4 of which are full-time. 3 of the full-time positions are shared positions with other counties. So I'll get into that later. In the 5-year plan, we're looking at increasing the staffing. We're looking to hire an outreach communication specialist and add another person to our soil erosion program. So that would bring us to 8 full-time positions. On the second page or third page, if I can get to it. We talk about our staffing and looking at our successional plan for staffing. 4 of our current staff, who are all part-time, are 70 plus in age. So there's certainly a need to be looking at the successional staffing. The rest of it, I'll leave up to you to look at. It's just talks about, well, one of the first things that we're looking at in our long-range plan is being able to provide benefits to our employees, which we have never done before, other than a small stipend for health insurance. This year in April, we were able to start our first retirement program. We
We are working with MERS. The district is providing a 3% match, up to a 3% match for the employees. Then in November, the district, through the Conservation District Employees of Michigan, put together a survey. And finally, after years and years of trying to get a healthcare program available for district employees, they were able to put that together. So now we're able to offer health insurance to our staff.
So Buzz, for that health insurance, do they pay part of the premium? Are they paying deductibles?
Yeah, they're paying part of the premium. Yeah, basically using the amount that they were offering in a healthcare stipend to put towards their healthcare costs. So we'll see how that works out. Like I say, it just started out in November, and hopefully it's going to pan out very well. And throughout Michigan, it's been a struggle to keep employees. We, typically hire kids right out of school, out of college. They spend a couple years, we get them all trained up, and then they're off to some place that provides better staff or better salaries and benefits. Yeah. So this is an attempt to do that. Basically, where do we get the funding to do that? And I thought I'd update you on where we get all our funds. I don't know that the county board is familiar with that. We get 4 grants currently from the state of Michigan. One is an operations grant. For the past, starting in 2011 through 2020, even though we are a local unit of state government, we were getting 0 funding for operations from the state. Starting in 2021, they did start offering another operations grant. That mainly is where the funding to cover the benefits came from. These funds come through the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Natural and Rural Development, MDARD for short. Other than the operations grant, we also received 3 other state grants through MDARD. One you may be familiar with, we've had it for a long time. That's the Forestry Assistance Program. Ellie Johnson has been with us for a little over 2 years now as our forester. She replaces one of your own, Kama Ross. So Kama was in that position for, I think, 11 years, yeah. That position covers not only Leelanau County, but also Grand Traverse and Benzie County. Another grant that we just picked up about 2 years ago was the Michigan Agricultural Environmental Assurance Program, better known as MEAP, providing assistance to farmers, basically getting them, they work to get an assurance that they're living up to the environmental programs that are presented by the state. Adam Brown is our current MEAP technician. We've had a MEAP technician covering Leelanau for years out of the Grand Traverse office. And they covered Grand Traverse, Leelanau, Benzie, and Kalkaska. And they had 2 MEAP technicians out of Grand Traverse. 2 years ago.
Dan, is it Dan?
Dan Busby was the original, yes. Yeah. We've had several since then. But it was always a mystery to me why Grand Traverse was getting the grant, because there's administrative funds that come with it. to cover Benzie and Leelanau. So 2 years ago, that was changed and we picked up that grant. So we do get administrative funds for that. That position covers Leelanau and Benzie counties. A third one is the Conservation Technical Assistance Initiative, or CTI. Kelly Clare is the program assistant for that. She is housed at the USDA office in Traverse City. She covers Grand Traverse County and Leelanau County, but also, when available, can provide services to the Area 2 NRCS area. So those three grants, shared grants with other counties, but we are the fiduciary for those three, along with getting the operations grant. Other things that you're probably more familiar with are plant sales, fundraisers that we have. We have a spring seedling sale, a native plant sale in the spring, and then a fall conifer sale. This year altogether, we sold over 20,000 plants. The spring sale is the largest, probably 13,500 around that. Plants, trees and shrubs were sold. The native plant sale, about 4,200 plants, and the conifer sale, maybe 2,400 plants. So we also have a no-till drill that we rent out. We had 34 landowners rent that drill this year, and covering approximately 4,000 acres. Last and certainly not least is Leelanau County work orders. And we have 3 work orders with the county, one to provide conservation education and technical assistance, the other to do the soil erosion permits for the county, and the last one is a water quality monitoring work order, which is a pass-through to the conservancy. Some of the things that we do for that first work order, the conservation education and technical assistance. Last February, we held a maple syrup workshop. It was held at the community meeting room here in the county building. People learned how to make maple syrup. It was attended by like 60 people. They learned all about gathering sap and making maple syrup. We also served hot pancakes, of course, with the maple syrup. If you're interested, we're planning to do that again. I believe that's scheduled for February 28th. It's a Wednesday evening. So we hired an intern this summer to assist with the forestry assistance program. Sam Bull, he worked May through August. He was just a delight to work with, and he also worked with the soil erosion office and did other things in the office for us. So that was a big benefit. For the first time, Michigan Association of Conservation Districts holds a Capital Day. And the purpose of that Capital Day is to go down and talk with our representatives, senators, attempting to get out of this grant program through MDARD and get on the state budget and get increased funding. We met with Senator John DeMoose and with Representative Betsy Kofia. I think one of the big things we talked about at the time was that here we have the state of Michigan surrounded by the Great Lakes, completely surrounded almost. We get, for operations money, about a third of what states around the Great Lakes get from their state for operations. So we really feel that it's time for the state to buck up and and get us on there. It's been an attempt of the Conservation District Association for years to do this, and we're continuing to work at it. We've held several autumn olive workshops, partnering with the Northwest Michigan Invasive Species Network, Saving Birds Through Habitat, Conservancy, all in efforts to reduce the amount of autumn olive throughout the county. It would be nice to eradicate, but that's probably never going to happen. Our MEAP technician held the second annual Farm Ecosystem Conference, again here at the community meeting room. I had speakers from all over the country talking about healthy soils, and again, over 60 participants at that. I know Adam has plans to do another meeting this year. We also hosted the Region 3 MACD meeting. MACD in the state, there's 75 conservation districts in the state. They're split into 10 regions. We're Region 3, and we have 7 counties within the region, so all surrounding us. That was hosted at Shady Lane Vineyards and had a beautiful day. It was very successful. Typically at that meeting, we basically learn what other districts in the state or in the region are doing, and share ideas and try to partner wherever we can. Our annual 5th grade field day was held again this year at Veronica Valley. Had 150 5th grade students from elementary schools in the county. They're split into groups of 15 to 20 and rotated through 5 resource stations at the Veronica Valley, usually agriculture, wildlife, forestry, invasive species, and water quality. Our annual meeting was held in November, on November 3rd at the Leelanau Lodge. We had 85 attendees. The big highlight of that program was the program. Lake Leelanau Association, Annalise Povolo, presented their efforts to curtail the Eurasian milfoil in Lake Leelanau. It was a great program. We also are continuing our relationship with Sleeping Bear Dunes. The Conservation District has had an ongoing relationship with the National Park and the historic Sleeping Bear, assisting with preservation of antique apples. They have found that the old farms on the mainland and in Manitou Islands have old apple trees that are dying. And this is an effort to identify what those apples were and to maintain them. So they're taking cuttings, grafting them onto trees and planting them where they can be maintained on the mainland. And then the plan is to transplant them back and keep that heritage going.
Mr. Long, a lot of good information. I'm looking at our agenda, and we need to make sure there's time for questions.
Okay.
Wrap it up and then we'll.
Very good. I'm just about there.
Okay.
Getting to the soil erosion permit program, 520 applications received this year. That's a reduction from the last 2 years. In 2021, we had over 655 applications. Staffing for the program has been difficult this year. We've gone through a couple of different technicians. Now we have Alex on, and hopefully Alex will stick around for a while. The one thing that we are looking at, and we'll probably be back in front of you again within the next couple of months, is looking at fees. We have not increased our fees since 2018. Adjacent counties are much higher than what we're charging for fees. And we're finding that with all the applications we're getting, so many of them are high priority. And they're just the easy places to build are rapidly decreasing. So we're working on a new fee schedule, and we plan to present that to you for approval sometime in the next couple of months.
Any questions for Mr. Long? Yes, Jim.
Yes, sir. I have 80 acres down in Manistee County, and when you mentioned here, you're working with farmers to remove 100 acres of autumn olive. That is out of control everywhere.
Yes.
In the Elm Valley. Is there any long-range plans to eradicate that? I mean, like, you know, you go out and you buy a tractor, it's $50,000-$60,000.
Mhm.
Plus the sprayer and everything. I mean, is there any grants available? I mean, I've been to the workshop with
Mhm.
cut method and stuff, but
There are monies available mainly through USDA for eradication or taking out autumn olive and other invasive plants and shrubs. You know, we work with the USDA to promote those programs. But it's basically a matter of getting signed up through the Natural Resources Conservation Service and getting a plan to do that. Their system gets to be complicated. It's a program where just doing one practice is probably not going to get you funded. You're going to need to get a conservation plan for your 80 acres and look at doing other things to rank high enough to get funding. But
thank you both.
thank you.
We now have Leland Dam Authority update. Mr. Christensen, thank you for being here.
Good morning, all. Happy New Year. Want to let everyone on the board know that I sincerely appreciate the work that you do. It isn't necessarily always appreciated in the amount of work and the complicated issues that you have to come up to speed with is pretty hard to wrap my head around just being near it. And I really appreciate the efforts and the energy and what it takes for you folks to sit where you are and do what you do. Dam Authority, it's been a busy time frame. First thing I want to talk about is procedure. We're going through a stage where the old folks are going to retire and we need to leave something behind for the new folks in writing so they know how to manipulate the dam. That being said, we've met in committee format several times. We'll be able to present tomorrow the basics of it all, and it's pretty complete. I'm feeling really good about it. Also procedurally, we carried a little extra water in the system this year. First half of the summer season, we were up a couple inches. Second half, we were down an inch. So in the middle of our 2-inch, right, a little lower than the middle of the 2-inch range that the court order allows us for the summer season. And we'll be hearing from the Lake Association and a compilation of their comments. South Enders, I think, we're feeling a little extra water more than the North Enders because they lay a little flatter on the beaches. So we'll be hearing from them and discussing where do we want that summer level in 024. So that's a hot topic. So anyway, second item is I wanted to touch on the walkway. We had that in front of us as a replacement item. We got to the point where we realized that we had to have risk management step in and take a peek, and they did. And that pushed us out to an engineering firm to do an engineering study on the walkway framework. Spicer did that. Interestingly enough, I like working with that group. They needed to have some visuals, and one of their statewide employees happened to be vacationing in Leelanau, slipped over to the dam and shot a few photos, no charge. So they were able to garner some information through their system and came in under budget, and they did evaluate the framework of the walkway, and it's very, very substantial, much more than needed for a pedestrian walkway standard. And that's back, so we can move forward on that. And when that happens, we'll be looking at the roof. Those two items have been pushed kind of to the mid burner by the hydraulic system. We are fortunate to have a very highly skilled retired engineer living on Lake Leelanau. John Pope has been involved with him over the years. He's met with us in the full group, met with us in committee groups. Very, very, very high level engineering expert. All he did for his career was to design hydraulic systems for waste management and fuel systems. Exactly the kind of system we have, hydraulic system operating our dam. So he was able to step in and give us some information, and very, very appreciative of his expertise. We've met, he's been with the full group, he's been with a small group, he's met with us in person on the committee level. And we're in the process of going out to bids for not only redoing the hydraulic cylinders because seals in the whole system are at their life's end, but we're going to have a new system designed through the recommendations from Don. We realized that we can't repair it on the fly, and that's what he always did with his systems. If we had a glitch in our system, a leak or a breakdown, we'd have to basically stop the operation of the dam for however long it would take to repair. And that is unacceptable. And there is a design technique where you can have one pump do the work and while the other pump is being worked on. And that's where we're headed. So we're in the process of going out to bids on that. Just as an aside, on the budget, I respectfully requested $86,000, 46 for the walkway, 20 for the roof, and 20 to get a start on hydraulics. And that totaled 86,000. I think this hydraulic system that we're looking at is going to probably be in that range when all is said and done. But it's something with the seals at the end of their life and the inability for us to move the dam if it is in need of repair pushes us into an absolute, we must do this. So just let you know, this is coming and it's going to be a fairly high dollar amount, but it's something that we absolutely have to do. That's it.
Mr. Christensen. Commissioner Lautner.
We have the new software that now can set up assessment districts. So if we do have a high repair cost for the dam, we could employ that, use that software to employ an assessment district to have it for the dam. Is that correct?
The special assessment district for the Leland Dam is in place already. You don't have to set it up. It's existing.
Yes, Commissioner Rush.
I remember at our last Leland Dam Authority meeting, I asked what is expensive, because you're expensive and I'm expensive. So I got a really pretty direct answer from Mr. Coppins, correct?
That's his name, yes.
And he said it's less than a car, the cost of a car, so I didn't get as excited as it was moments earlier, so I think this is a doable project. And obviously, I'm in agreement, I'm part of the Community Conduct Authority, and we really need to take a look at it seriously, but when, you know, you talk big numbers, the cost of a car is not as big as I was thinking to replace a dam that's been in place for quite a while. So just wanted to make sure we're kind of all on the same page.
But is this something that we could put into the assessment district to pay for?
The County Board of Commissioners a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago or 4, whatever it is, looked at numbers that John Pope and I and the Dam Authority put together. Over a 20-year span, we were looking at about $250,000, basically 25,000 a year if you metered it out per year. So cranking up the special assessment district and all of the costs thereof for a $25,000 a year expense was decided by the County Board of Commissioners that didn't make any sense at all. We're just going to pay for it as it comes along.
So how much does it cost to crank it up?
I'm sorry. Can you
So
say?
the cost of cranking it up, I thought you said it was already established.
No.
So what costs are you-
Well, it would, it has to be reset, and all of the monies, there's the involvement of the treasurer's office, there's involvement of equalization, and there's the involvement of each of the townships. I think it's 7 townships would all have to be involved in collecting monies. And County Board figured at 25,000 a year, having all of that to do that didn't make sense for that amount of money. That was the decision at that point.
So at that time, though, we didn't have this new software that's supposed to make that so much easier. That's one of the reasons we supported that software. So that it should be a much easier rollout if we want to use that assessment district. So, yeah, absolutely. You say, okay, 25,000 for a year for, like you said, 25 years. That's assuming nothing else comes up or nothing else major on that dam. So I think it's highly appropriate to set the assessment district in place. Because there's no such thing as only $25,000 when it comes to the money of the people. So I think that we need to look at it very carefully and spread that out to the value of it all.
Yeah, I would just ask that as we consider that many people enjoy the use of that lake besides the people who own property on it. There are many businesses in the county that benefit from the, tourism that's generated by that. There's people that fish, there's people on a boat launch, so that would be appropriate to have it be a shared cost. Everyone in this county benefits from that.
And that's what it is. It's shared. Yeah.
I just have to say that, boy, you could sure take that argument a long way. A lot of people enjoy our lake too. And boy, would I like to see a way to share those costs with everybody in the county. So we have to be careful.
I bet we'll be back to this issue again. Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thanks for your time.
Well, I want to thank the public for coming today, and we now are at the part in our agenda where you may make public comment, 3 minutes for the initial public comment at the beginning of the meeting. We ask that your public comment be agenda specific about a topic on our agenda. And that's a 3-minute public comment. And then at the end of the meeting, you can talk to us about anything, and you have 5 minutes to do that. Yes, Steve Gilbert.
Thanks for the opportunity. Steve Gilbert, Leelanau Township. I just want to address item 12 on the agenda for you. And I just want to say, to me, it seems that trust is the main concern here. I want you to know that I have known Commissioner Ross for quite a while now, and I know her to be honest, hardworking, very hardworking, and trustworthy. She was asked to serve on the Personnel Committee, an additional task that she took on wholeheartedly with the best interests of the county employees at heart. She decided to listen to the employees. What a great idea. Ultimately, it was decided to hire an outside independent firm to study this workplace and to try to come up with a plan to improve the culture here. I know that Commissioner Ross has acted in good faith without an agenda and always with the best interests of our greatest resource, our employees at heart. Thank you. And thanks to the board for such a great job working together this past year, and good luck in the next year.
Thank you. Yes, Jill. Mrs. Wellman.
Jill Wellman, Centerville Township. As I sat in the audience last week, listening to the report of Dr. Scholten on the working environment in our county, my first emotion was sadness. Sad that people who ultimately work for me have to come to work each day wondering who they can trust, being disrespected and undervalued. The stress must be overwhelming, and as we all know, it can affect your physical health as well as your family. No wonder people are seeking employment elsewhere. But the second emotion was anger. Anger that the people who work tirelessly to make my life good in the county are subject to such an environment. And the word accountability came to mind because I really didn't know how to direct that anger. And I realized it should be directed at myself because we as Leelanau citizens through our tax dollars are the employers of the county workers. I have taken for granted the fine work that these employees have done because they have done their jobs so well that they are invisible. When something is running smoothly, you don't notice it. But even a well-run machine needs a little oil from time to time. And we had taken for granted the fine work you do each day to keep our county machine functioning. So I would like to say to the employees that you are appreciated. I have always been impressed by the quality of work you offer to all of us. I appreciate the well-maintained roads in winter and summer. I appreciate the integrity of our elections, the efforts towards providing broadband services, and to provide the services you provide for the senior population and young families. I appreciate those who help with building inspections and licenses, planning, and those in the court system, and the sheriff's department, any emergency management, keeping us safe. And thanks to the employees who pay our bills and manage the money. I know I'm missing some, but you do your job unnoticed by the public, but still are an integral part of what keeps this county functioning. So I speak for one family in Leelanau County, and I suspect many more that you are valued and you are appreciated. And I owe you something in return for all you do for us. That is not to let this survey get the dust on a shelf somewhere, as apparently ones have done in the past. I vow that I will come to the BOC meetings and hold our commissioners accountable for solving this problem. To that end, I propose that the commission add an item to their agenda each month, that they make a short report to us on what steps they have made the previous month to solve the problem. You may be accountable to all the commission, but they are accountable to us, the citizens. And it is my pledge to you that we will not let this die. It is the least we can do for all you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wellman. Yes, sir.
Tim McCauley, Elmwood Township. Item 13 is what I'm speaking about, in the hostile work environment from the article published by Craig Manning yesterday on the Leelanau ticker. This hostile work environment is pretty serious business because it extends not only to the employees, it extends out into the community. And I think this article on Leelanau ticker really got under a lot of people's skin, especially mine. I found it interesting that this article names a few individuals who hold conservative ideals and Republican principles. This article states how board members felt by one another. If you look at what was published, the board members pointed somebody out by name in this article, or actually in the survey. So why didn't the survey mention other people by name? I mean, in all fairness, why not publish what the group of 3 concerns are? Are they not rules about calling board members out by names? I think there is, but I'm not sure about that because I'm not on the board. Or does it only apply to when we're having these actual meetings? I'd like to know who was responsible for publishing this survey, who allowed it to be published unredacted. I mean, there's some people that are going to take a lot of flack on this board and elsewhere because their names are on that survey. Not everybody's. I understand the employees is their names are all confidential and what they said were confidential. But some of the published remarks about what has gone on in a survey by people's names, it's going to cause some heartaches. I believe the one individual that has been pointed out by name is actually doing her job. She realizes it's a thankless position, but she has the integrity to ask the hard questions and to challenge the logic of her fellow board members. And I personally feel and suspect that she's being perceived as being mean-spirited because she might not hold the principle that everyone deserves to have a trophy just for showing up to work. Now, for the cost of living issues, we're all feeling that pain. Every last one of us in the county and the United States, actually. So why isn't the board listening to the constituents? You have raised real estate taxes to the highest allowed by law. You insist on funding extravagant, expensive pet projects such as green energy, which, by the way, has a failed performance record. Have any of you researched about the coming depression?
Your time's up. Could you stay and give the rest of it at the end of the meeting, please?
I'm not going to have time for that because I have an appointment at noon.
I need to be consistent, so thank you very much.
Okay.
I need the comments with the clerk if you'd like. Any other public comment? Yes, Renee.
So he was talking about the Green Energy Committee. You told myself and Dave Mosher that we could be on that committee. And we were told we could not be on that committee by a commissioner. And we would like to make sure that every patriot or every committee has a patriot or a watchdog. We're becoming the watchdogs of this county, and this is spreading like wildfire throughout all counties. I have people emailing me, texting me from other counties because they're watching this county and what's going on. So I wanted to be on the land bank committee. I was told I could not be. I'm concerned about the fast track authority for tax forfeitures. And apparently we have a lawsuit that no one wants to be talking about involving tax forfeitures. So I'm very glad that we have the attorney from Cole, Stoker, and Toski here because I want him to talk about that. Apparently, when we take tax forfeitures, which certain commissioner is in charge of, we not only take the taxes, but we take the equity out of the home. Is that true? I think it is. I think that's, I'm not an attorney. I don't know how the legal world works, but it's not good. And we have a lawsuit against us, and we need to be talking about that. How much is that going to cost the county? Have we taken properties and sucked up their equity? I think we have. And the fact that we have one commissioner who has a relative who has been granted a tax forfeiture by the county, that needs to be investigated. Is that a conflict of interest? I would think it is. I'm not an attorney, but I just look at what's going on, and all these self-serving interests are really troubling. And as far as the human resource manager who just resigned, we need to know why she resigned. Was her position being controlled by the personnel committee? Does the head of the personnel committee have a human resource director certification? Does she have a counselor license? What is going on here with all these committees? Because we're
Thank you
gonna
very-
say,
Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Scott Richards, Green Lake Township. I want to talk about item 13 on your agenda. I have a picture on this phone of a county commissioner here that was at a pro-Palestinian event. And I plan on taking that picture and giving it to every employee in Leelanau County and every person in her district in Leelanau County. And with the caption underneath where the picture was taken and what it was for. The other thing is, when's the last time we seen the sun around here? And you want to put solar panels up? That doesn't understand. I gave you that paper a couple weeks, few weeks ago about how much percentage is really taken in on solar panels. Now it's snowing outside. Who's gonna go outside and clean off the solar panels off the snow so it could get it and absorb some sunlight? And I think solar panels are a waste of money. I mean, if we were out in Arizona or New Mexico, Utah, maybe, but not northern Michigan. Like I said, we are the third cloudiest state in the union, only behind Alaska and Washington. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other comment? We do thank you for coming today, and we will have a second public comment at the end of our meeting. We now have commissioner comments. Any? Yes, Commissioner Rush.
I'm a private citizen. I'm a caring individual who also likes facts and information. This is really hard, but don't bully me. Don't bully me. I'm a person and I have all the rights to attend whatever meeting I have. And if you would have asked me where I went, it's to gain information. So I'm just really getting close to having trouble sitting here without a smile on my face. Please talk to me if you have a problem with something I do. If you are my constituent, my phone number's on the website, my email's on the website. I reach out to people constantly if they have something they have of concern about what I'm doing. Call me, text me, email me, but don't attack me. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comment? Commissioner Work?
Yes, sir. Today is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. That started back in 2015 when an officer got shot. So you see an officer, just say thank you. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Kramer, you want to make a commissioner comment and then Commissioner, okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool beans. I'm sick, guys, generally, and probably feeling the emotional roller coaster that we're all going through right now. I know that we were all well intentioned with having this climate survey, but I am really concerned about how it was unrolled and the people that it's now affecting at the county building. I think that we need to maybe, I know that everyone's eager to get to work and to move forward and see what we can do, but I also think that we need to pause for a moment and really take stock of where we're at and look at our different avenues and how we're going to move forward. There's a great quote in the Tao Te Ching, which is, do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving until the right direction, or excuse me, right action arises by itself? And I think we're sitting in a moment that really requires us to take that pause before we move forward. Like I said before, I think as well-intentioned as we were, we may have done some more harm than good. And I'm really concerned about how moving forward. And I know that you guys all have the best intentions at heart, as do I. I made that choice as all of you when I said, yes, let's do this climate survey. So I put myself right out there where this would help. Do I think that necessarily it was the most professional survey? I'm not. I don't think calling people out by names and then, you know, being patronized is at all professional. And I think we need to take stock of that and then regroup, take a moment, and then move forward. So I just hope you guys hear me on that. And I'm really sorry I can't be there today. Thank you for all the work that you are doing.
Thank you. Commissioner Elgar.
I would just like to say the county hasn't spent a dime on the Energy Futures Committee. And anything we do is from grants.
Other commissioner comment? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yet, I have to say, because I did gather this grant isn't up to 100%. So that's always very concerning to me when it comes to those kind of things. I thank you all for your public comment. It is your right to come and speak to us. So thank you. Having felt bullied myself for many years, I think that's just a very interesting comment. I've never told anybody from the seat not to bully me. It is your right to come and do so. This is what we are here for. And I think it was
Please,
very,
please.
She's agreeing. So it is what we, as it was said, we are all here doing the best we can. I really appreciate all of those comments. I am going to speak briefly to I agree with Commissioner Kramer that I really like the idea of a pause on this whatever it was, and I really hate to call it a survey because I met the gentleman who did that survey walking out of this meeting room, and I said to him, "You have just driven this wedge of division deeper in the courthouse," and he laughed. He just laughed. And so that's why I hate to call it a survey. I've never seen anything like it in all the years and all the surveys I've been involved in. I have seen anything like that. So the other thing I found out is just how correct I was in the division when I started to hear from even more employees. I've heard from employees who have never called me, and they said, "Where were my comments? I called out this elected official and it wasn't in there. I called out this commissioner, it wasn't in there." They said, "We gave them documentation. Where is it all?" So the first thing we have to do, and I like that pause, is where is the complete report and not a synopsis. The other thing I will cover later in the agenda is why were we never told that MSU would have done a survey for us for free? Why did that never come to this board? I want all those answers. So I'm going to also ask for more emails that were between our HR director that just left and anybody else involved in that culture survey. I think this board we just need to get that. I hate to see this board have to FOIA that, but we need that because we need some answers. Because this was not a survey, this was a hit piece, and it's bad.
Any other commissioner comment? I'm looking at our agenda, and we do have Matt Norfolk here, and we do need to have him here for a couple of our agenda items. And so I would like to see how far we come by 11 o'clock. Take a short break and then deal with the issues that we need our attorney to be about it. Okay? Okay, everybody?
Sure.
Good.
Okay, so let's start with the sheriff's office.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sheriff Mike Borkovich, Under Sheriff James Kiesel. Good news. We had a donor call us up and offer us a large sum of money to help our operations. Very pleased with what we're doing. And we had a little meeting of minds, came up with a stomp kit, which is a high-end medical kit for the back of our patrol cars for any incidents, car accidents, shootings, anything that happens. So the units themselves cost $480 each. This individual gave us anonymously $12,000. So we have 25 kits, and that will go on in our patrol cars, on our patrol boats and so forth. So it's kind of a no-brainer, but we have to ask for your permission to accept that money. And I'm just happy that people care.
Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, I move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners accept the anonymous donation in the amount of $12,000 made to the sheriff's office, and then in turn allow the sheriff to purchase 25 medical bags from Bound Tree Medical at a cost not to exceed $11,997.66, and funds to come from the account as presented.
Support.
Any discussion? Yes, Commissioner Lautner.
Just process. It's a dual motion. So does that fit our policy? We have to accept the donated money, and can it be a joint? If not, let's split it Tuesday night if we have to. So that's my only comment.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 6-0. You didn't notice.
Thank you.
How quickly Commissioner Lautner is to make motion to accept money.
Accept money. I'm very good at that.
And,
It's spending it I have trouble with.
and in support of today's day, thank you for your service. to the
Yes.
county.
Thank you. Thank you for calling that out. Appreciate that.
And be sure and stay with this individual. It's very kind.
We will.
They
Thank you.
do
Appreciate it.
the Thank you.
Thank you very
Leelanau
much.
County. Yeah, it was very, thank you for all the info on that. It was very interesting reading all that. So thank you for that.
You can thank Under Sheriff for the detailed report you got.
Thank you.
And now we have Mr. Long and the Conservation District work order request. Thank you for coming back.
Yes.
You're on
Thank you.
page 10 of our Commissioner Lautner. Did I see your hand?
I'm just wondering if you can take all these at the same time.
Ken?
Okay. So I would recommend to Leelanau County Board of Commissioners accept work order number 1, work order number 2, and work order number 3 from the Leelanau Conservation District.
Support.
Commissioner Rush?
I just have a discussion item, and I know Stephen, Mr. Christensen and I have been working on this one for a long time, but as we're redoing these agreements and maybe looking at raising some permitting funds, I guess I'm finding, now that I'm in another person's shoes and representing my constituents, I'm just seeing maybe some areas that we had discussion about how we're handling erosion problems after the permitting process is completed. And I understand, that's all statute and we're following that. I respect that totally. But I just see that with climate change and all the stressors that we're seeing on our environment, that maybe we just need to look at the process and somehow figure out how we deal with big events that are we all agree are coming. And I don't know what the answer is, but I just wondered if we could have some sort of discussion with some of the people in the room about how we might be able to extend the appeal process for when an erosion is granted, the work is done, it's closed out, and then we find it wasn't sufficient. You know what I mean? I know the west part of Lake Leelanau that we're thinking maybe moving another drainage district.
Mhm.
And again, that's a really expensive idea. I just wondered if there were some other ways that we might be able to handle situations like that going forward. And I just asked for your department and Steve's wonderful expanding crew. It looks like if you bring on another person, that's only gonna be amazing, but
Mhm.
if we could have some conversations about that, if you would be open to that.
Certainly, but I think you need to realize that we have design standards that we go by. And that Mother Nature always doesn't agree with those. And some events, we just can't deal with.
I can understand that, but with the world changing,
Mhm.
when was the last time we looked at this process? Is there a timeframe where these processes are looked at? Just to
Mhm.
say, are we still meeting the current needs of protecting our natural resources?
Sure.
Yeah, that's just my only question.
I understand.
Anything else? Okay, the motion is to approve these 3 work orders. All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Ms. Wilson. Now have on page 13 of our packet, a request to approve annual maintenance.
Good morning. Just requesting approval to renew our maintenance agreement for our Barracuda software, which is our email spam filtering and email archive system.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the renewal of the annual maintenance contract for the Barracuda Essential Software in the amount of $8,700 from Raymond, with funds to come from data processing fund number 636. Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 6-0.
Thank you.
Now we have our treasurer for the who's planning on joining us. Let's go to the drain commissioner and maybe find John.
Lori, can you please go see if the treasurer is available? Thank you.
Hi again, Steve Christensen.
I'm Brian Sensi with GEI Consultants.
We're here looking at the EDS for a request for full faith and credit for South Bar Lake Drain. One comment right up front. During the previous 2 weeks, as this was going through the process, my comments about budget amount, contracted amount, my comments were 0 and 0. That would be the same as the full faith and credit EDS that you saw with Lake Bluffs Drain. So somehow that didn't get done. So the contracted amount is 0. We're not asking for money. So budgeted amount 0, contracted amount 0, and that's not what you see in front of you, and I apologize for that. The rest of it is a mirror image of what we presented for Lake Bluffs. Maybe I can defer to Brian to speak to full faith and credit for a drainage district.
Yeah, it's just basically so that we can get the best interest rate for when we go out, and it looks like we're gonna just get a note for 10 years on this one. And so we'll send out invitation to several banks. We have a financial advisor that does all that, and they find us the best rate. And so this guarantees that we get the best rate. The market has kind of changed a little in the last year since we did full faith and credit on Lake Bluffs. Whereas in the EDS for Lake Bluffs, I said, even if you denied full faith and credit, we would still probably be able to get financing just at a higher interest rate. So just means everyone would pay a little bit more for the project. The financial advisors are telling us that with the current market,
full faith and credit is pretty much needed to get financing. He says we can probably still get a note because the district is very large and there's a lot of properties in the district, so you can do what's called full faith and credit of the district as an alternative, but it's not a guarantee that we would just get the money like it always has. So the financial market has changed a little bit in the last year, and that more and more banks want the full faith and credit of the county. So.
So the full price of the project?
425,000.
Yeah, that's what we put in for the total, but it's actually 415, but we put in not to exceed 425, I think, in this.
You mentioned that it is, and it is a big district. This goes quite a ways east of Empire.
Yeah.
Taking a lot of some ag land. Were any of those parcels in PA 116? Did you look into that?
Carl did, Noonan.
Okay.
And they are not. We
They're
didn't have
none of them
any
were
ones,
in that
PA
district.
115s in there at all. And the forest acts that are in Empire weren't in our district either.
So all of them will be assessed, of the district you selected will be assessed then for the. So, and this is, I asked once, how many homes are on that little private road that this would be fixing?
There's 66 properties on that are riparians in South Bower Lake. I think it's like 20 some that are total, like if you go all the way in and then on the dirt road portion where the road, the paved
Well, I
road
tried
ends
to,
there.
but it's a private road.
Yeah. So I think it's like 20 some when you go all out to, is it LaCour
It's a
there?
beautiful little strip between South Bar Lake and Lake Michigan. Gorgeous homes down through there. That's what we're going to be helping
Right.
them.
And just so we had the day of review last week, and Steve and I are actually going to go out and look at some of the things that were brought up at the day review last week, and then probably make some changes and stuff to the role to individual properties and stuff from people that came in.
So
But
what is the county's cost of this project?
so there's 2 items that we put on, and this is following the summary that we initially prepared for all the districts last year. So there's a county amount that we have at, it's 13.5%, which is $56,025. And then we sent the road commission separate amount and information, which is basically 4.003%, which is like $16,614. But I think we're still working on getting a resolution so that this board can formalize that stuff with the road commission. So I think in terms of this, until that's worked out, it would be, the 2 added together would be going to the county, because it's really the county then getting reimbursement from the road commission.
16, but an additional
16,614.
So my final question, you asking the county to back this again, we backed Lake Bluffs. You're asking us to back this, you've got several more in the works, and my concern at the time with Lake Bluffs is when is our bonding rate? And I'm looking at you, John, in the back there. So at what point is our bonding rate going to be affected by that? If we, one, it's small bites, right? And then pretty soon do we have an issue if we need to bond something for the county? We're backing, well, back in the day, they did a Northford sewer and now these things. So at what point, John, and just keeping an eye on that, and you'll let the county know when to not back these, so you're comfortable backing this?
Yes, ma'am.
Just as a comment, from knowing this stuff and having that similar question in other counties before, the full faith and credit backing is a way different issue than if it was a county going out and bonding it on its own, as far as how it impacts it. So the banks look at that very low on the list of priority and looking at what their bond capacity and their bond rating is. Just so you're aware. That's a very low factor consideration that they even
We
look
thought
at.
we went from zero little things hanging out there to now, Northport sewer, and now several of these is, man,
Commissioner Russ.
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve Leelanau County resolution 2024 for a number line.
No, we need that plan, Kim.
Resolution pledging the full faith and credit of the county of Leelanau within constitutional limitations for the payment of the South Bar Lake Drainage District drain note as presented.
Support.
Any further discussion? We'll call next week, but on this one, the voice vote, all those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 6-0. Thank you very much.
I did want to just let everyone know, if Steve can sit for 1 second, just a bit of positive news. I told Deb last week, but Steve was informed last week that the Lake Bluffs project won the Michigan Association of County Drain Commissioners Project of the Year last year. So it's their Innovation and Excellence Award they give out every year to basically the best drain project. They look at a bunch of different criteria in regards to it. So they'll be presented with an award in February in Kalamazoo.
Nice to get some good feedback, right?
Mr. Gallagher. As Mr. Gallagher is coming up the table, he did give you a handout, should be in front of you on his agenda item. Was for the Land Bank Fast Track Authority non-program income.
Yes, sir.
John, thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for my tardiness. I'm down to 1 employee, so it's a little bit of shuffling to get out the door sometime. What's that?
Illness?
Maternity leave and vacancy. With that being said, this document is coming from a December Finance Committee meeting that I came before the board or the committee to request a funding source that was identified by then leaving Trudy Gala. Trudy, in reconciling her funds, has identified over $100,000 of non-program income that would otherwise be transferred to the general fund for miscellaneous uses. There's a strong consideration from Trudy and from the land bank that they wish to engage the board with a resolution similar to this and move forward and transfer the funds for attainable housing, affordable housing, however we can frame it, that the land bank can continue using those funds in a proper method and establish a funding source that would enable us to continue some of the projects that we have ongoing. This document was carefully selected from Ingham County, provided by Kostil-Kurtaski. I have modified it heavily and have submitted it to Tim Perone for his review. What you're seeing is a cleaned up version. But what I'm asking is for this to be moved forward to next week for consideration by the full board.
Commissioner Algar?
So do we need a motion to move it forward? I would move to move this issue of providing land bank with response to our public.
Do we need to read this into the record or just?
I think we're waiting for a revised one from the attorney, so we'll move this forward to next week.
Okay.
Yep, pending legal review.
Any further discussion, Commissioner Ross?
You just used a word real quickly that I think I didn't know, and now I didn't even hear.
I'm sorry.
The type of funds that you're referring to had a name?
It's non-program income is how Trudy had identified it. How she explained it to me, it was monies that were lent out for home repair and repaid back to the county that were not used. If they sit in the fund for a period of time, they are eligible for transfer. Because that time has now occurred, I'm coming here for the request. Yes, ma'am. Sir.
So you're just basically keeping within what the original intent was, so those funds are spent, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Through what you're asking.
Yes, and this document, however finalized is that working document to make sure that, you know, it is equitable to the Board of Commissioners as well as the land bank, so that we can continue to use the funds for affordable housing, attainable housing, however we want to frame that.
Yes, Commissioner Lautner.
Well, I want to learn more about what you're trying to talk about, so I have no problem moving this forward, but what I really did like, so these were the CDBG funds that were repaid.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the federal pass through the state program.
I can't speak to.
Okay, I think it was. So then I guess the question is, what you're saying is you looked into that, in fact, I'm right on that it's okay to transfer these down to other programs.
Correct.
So the CDBG program, the one reason I liked that is because our residents qualified, and I feel like, well, I know for a fact, it kept a lot of especially elderly people in their homes and helped them with a new furnace or siding or reading their new. And I really liked that part of that program to help.
May I stop and just suggest that this is just the eligible funds that are available for transfer.
Right, but if you're talking 100,000, so would they be used for that similar, like the old CDBG program? Or what?
Land Bank is not equipped to handle the CDBG program to that extent. We don't have employees, we don't have staff. We have a commission that actively engages with developers.
Well, we pass through to like nonprofits and do these sort of things. So
We have in the past worked with nonprofits. Yes, ma'am.
And I just came to the table, John referred to the Finance Committee meeting in December.
Yeah.
And in the packet at that time was Trudy's notes regarding this program, the definition of program income, non-program income. I'm happy to recopy this and get it to all of you so that you can read Trudy's notes and her recommendations, because it's kind of her legacy she's leaving. Would that be fair?
Yes, I'm attempting my best. And thank you for your support.
Absolutely.
Forward that to all board members.
I will be happy to scan it and email it to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. That'd be helpful.
We have a motion on the table. Are we ready to vote? All those in support of moving this forward to next Tuesday, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion approved, 6-0. We have one more item before break, and it is being distributed now.
This is actually just a
Solid Waste Council and Electronics Disposal Agreement. Gail Meyer is here. Thank you, Gail.
Yes, good morning.
There was simply an error in the EDS that you received initially that had Steve Christensen's name on it, so it was a clerical error. So this one that you're receiving is the exact same request in terms of, actually, this is slightly different than the other request because it's stated that on that one, it was the 425,000. This is for budget amount 50,000.
Yes, this is the agreement for our electronics recycling this year with BARC. I included a little bit of history there. If you remember, BARC had initially proposed 22 collections, and last year you approved 12. And so this is simply the final agreement that includes those 12 dates and locations for those collections. And once this is approved, we can start advertising those collections.
Mr. Russ?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the electronics collection agreement with Bay Area Recycling Communities, FAA Bay Area Recycling and Charities for 2024 as submitted.
Support. Any discussion?
You know, I did catch the error and wondered what the heck was going on, so I'm glad for that clarification. I think there's one more in the packet before we're done, another error. They do, Bay Area Recycling does a fantastic job with these programs, so.
We have a motion. All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're at a point now where we'll take a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll ask Mr. Northwick to come to the table and address the item number 12 on the agenda. 11 and 12 on the agenda. And then we may or may not go into closed session at that time. It depends on whether we have a motion to do that. So we'll take a break.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought you were gonna.
Right now, we're still on the. You know, but.
I don't believe we are going into session. No, the legal thing, yes.
Okay. So I said, I will always. You don't have my hands. I can talk about that.
That's right. Sometimes just regarding that, I did not per se as an engineer. Discussion did, like not be a conversation. Discussion, but I don't know the sources to have it. Yeah, it's just because there's more information to share.
That's what I phrase is and a legal and a competent operation.
If there's a FOIA, what we typically do is we go through. Make sure you are best not to, but it happens. Like, so that's the kind of thing we react to a FOIA. That's why they're not doing but some people just want to be prepared for how I would answer that. I'm prepared to do it.
There you go.
You have a second?
When I'm watching this, I'm watching Right.
Yeah, yeah, I guess. Yeah, they said, yeah, James was close, but I was with it this morning. I don't know. Get it?
So man, I have a question for you. But I'm not sure. We always. Yes, that's right.
Ty,
Hi.
Could I ask you a
When
question?
we- If we go into closed session, we'll have to connect by phone.
With your phone?
If we go into closed session.
Sorry, I'm just having a hard time hearing over all the people. Okay, I'll go grab my phone. Will that work?
Yeah, if we go into closed session.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I'll go get my, oh,
Can
thanks.
you hear me now?
Yes,
If we go into
perfect.
closed
Yes.
session, we'll have to connect by phone. We'll call you on your cell phone.
Okay, I'll
If
go
we
grab
go
that
into
then.
closed session. Okay?
Cool beans. That was my question exactly. Thank you.
I do need to make one quick call in my break because I still work for the bank, so just get it, just keep that. What do we get left? Yes, I do.
Yeah, I am. Thanks.
No, I have.
All right, thank you. So I just texted her share. Some of the comments, so I said yes.
You were already in bed, so I tried to push on a smaller house.
We're going to close session. So can you guys shoot Okay, Bean's up here. Cause he followed me. I gotta get back on here.
Well, the agenda, the cover sheet.
Commissioner Kramer, you may want to mute your phone, your Zoom.
All right, thank you.
I just had a sugar buzz.
We like you. Let's say we're young.
Very special. You know about the officer that stopped.
Melinda doesn't eat donuts.
Oh, that's a banana you're. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't touch those things. I don't touch them.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready, clerk? We are back in order and we're here on items 10, 11, and 12. And we'll start with item 10, and the only reason item 10 is on the agenda is we have no representation for Beta, nor I don't know that we need it, but the board has to decide. So I'd ask you to speak to that.
Sure. So I sent a notice to the county following, we had a recent legal opinion that we provided, and then there were some steps taken by two of my clients, Grand Traverse and Leelanau County, that we identified as a ethical conflict. So that is our obligation under the Michigan Rules of Professional Conduct to notify our clients. And we withdrew from both Grand Traverse and Leelanau County in further representation on the Beta matter. That is not super common, but it does happen. We have conflict waivers that we had in place prior to that. And what that waiver says, it's our duty to tell you if we believe an actual conflict arises. And we made a determination internally that there was. So as this proceeds, all of the work that we did prior to our withdrawal can be used and relied upon. But I cannot provide, and my firm cannot provide, additional new legal advice as it relates to the Beta matter, just the Beta matter. And so we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. There is ongoing discussions that are happening. This is all information that's publicly available, so I'm not providing you with any specific legal advice, but there's a dispute between Grand Traverse and Beta regarding an appointment. I think if you read the paper, you're probably aware of that, not to mention you have access through your administrator and other channels. But as far as that goes, I cannot represent Grand Traverse or Leelanau County in that regard.
The question that we have to answer, I think, is are we comfortable letting it ride without attorney representation at this time until there's some sort of agreement or agreement for the county, the Grand Traverse County and Beta? Or do we think we need representation? Commissioner.
But I guess I'm trying to understand our situation at this point. My understanding is that there's been a pause put on this, that Grand Traverse County has been agreed to ask for additional applicants that may or may not be county commissioners. So my understanding of where we're at this moment in time is we don't have a conflict to address until they take an action that is still be contrary to what we are doing. That's what I understand. And I guess in my mind that this, if they did move forward with something that we felt was in conflict, then that would be the time to react. And I mean, I guess just my personal opinion, I don't see a reason to retain counsel for a thing we don't know is going to happen. So that's just my position.
Commissioner Kramer, who represents us on the Beta board. Commissioner Kramer.
My question is, would it behoove us to seek out counsel and not necessarily, how does that function? I mean, we don't necessarily a retainer right away, correct? How does that work, Matt, procedurally? Like within, for instance, we'll just take you as a, hi.
Hi, I'm getting like every other word right now.
Oh, no, okay.
And we have to be careful that we don't answer Matt questions, but I think we can direct those to the administrator. And then if we have further questions, then we'll have to figure out how to do it. Because I think.
Well, I'll just state what I understand the question to be, which is generally how would the county retain outside legal counsel on any matter? And I can answer that, which is that you would authorize that as a board. So you could either solicit that through a request for proposals, or you could simply seek someone out ask them to provide a fee agreement for a particular matter and then determine if you wanted to engage that attorney and or firm on a particular matter. And that would be a board of commissioner decision.
Follow up, Commissioner Kramer?
So my question is this, I don't think that it would hurt in this matter to have someone not necessarily, deployed on the issue because like we are on a pause, but I don't think it would really hurt to have someone waiting in the wings if that's a possibility. That's kind of what I'm saying, because really we have no idea what's going to happen in the upcoming future with Grand Traverse County and Beta.
I think I saw Gwen and then Doug Rexroad and then Cameron Rush.
So a couple of comments. One thing I'm hearing is that it would be good to have someone waiting in the wings. So I don't think we should contract with anybody, but perhaps we could get potential names in case we do. But I also want to add a statement about the pitfalls of our being in a relationship with Grand Traverse County commissioners. And I don't see that we have any choice with that. But their loyalty agreements, then when they say they're looking for other people to be on the board, I'm not sure I'd want to be on a board if I had to sign a loyalty agreement with the commission. So they are working in a pretty, to me, reprehensible space. I'm not sure I would want to be on one of their boards if I had to swear loyalty.
I would just like to support the idea of being ready. So I think Jamie's, Commissioner Kramer is right in line with, at least we put out some feelers, we just know who's out there that might be there, ready to step in. And I appreciate her concern on that. I just have a question too, though. You're done with that, you'll never come back to Beta with us, right? As long as both of us are on the same with Red Track.
As it relates to this issue. So if you have issues that are unrelated to this, like millage question, we could represent you in that regard. It is this current dispute where there's a conflict between existing clients of our office that we have a conflict. The conflicts are not, they're fluid and they're not never ending, hopefully. So we may be back if you'll have us, and hopefully this issue is resolved. It appears to be looking that way from what's publicly available as a possibility. I just don't have that answer. And again, I'm not advising, I'm not inside on any discussions for Grand Traverse, Leelanau, or Beta, frankly.
I guess I'm understanding. It's a very fine line though. I mean,
that's why they're ethics. So again, we have to use our judgment. They're fact sensitive. And, I think that we probably err on the side of caution. We get the conflict waiver before we do a single thing so that people are aware of it. And then we watch it obviously very closely. And we will not be advising you on the interlocal agreement in the future as I see it.
So, yeah, I guess I have no issue as long as it's a no cost. I mean, there's always some cost because you have your time and your resources into it yourself, but as long as the county doesn't spend money prior to, I mean, my experience tells you now that it doesn't happen, because if they ask, one of the first things I've seen is, okay, well, send me the documents you have on hand. I'll review them and see if they're, we have time and effort, but if that's not the case, and you can just get like somebody ready to call, I guess, at a zero cost situation at this point, then I would support that.
Mr. Lutner?
So, Matt, is it your entire firm who would not be able to represent
Yes,
us?
yeah,
So
this
there's
is
different partners. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we have a policy on that sort of thing. So would we have to put out RFPs and just, if for an attorney, we may or may not use you type of situation, or just waive bid policy and pick an attorney? That's some stuff for us to think about, but yeah,
I feel comfortable with the administrator coming back next Tuesday, having done some exploration with some ideas on how to proceed and what we might do.
I know we've used some other a local attorney for an issue or two in the past and did just fine. I just can't, the names are not coming to me right now, so I know there are some. And that's probably fine. I think we don't need to rush it. I'd like to wait and see where this clause goes personally, but I understand, you know, Commissioner Kramer's need to feel like she feels like, and she absolutely is right, in that she's got responsibility towards a beta board, and she wants that to be recognized and supported, exactly. So I do appreciate that very much.
Commissioner Kramer, Matt did say that we have a standing legal opinion, so we could go into closed session at your request any time, including next Tuesday, to discuss this further.
Okay, that sounds good. And are you interested in going into closed session now?
Without me, just to be clear.
Dan's mad.
I think I'm hearing that we're not in a rush to go in today, as long as we can do that in quick response to an issue. But you can't make the motion, but you can state your opinion, and if somebody wants to make a motion, we can do that.
Sure. Right now, I would like to just, we never thought this was going to be an issue from the beginning. I want to board that we now are engaged in, I believe, I think Matt can still speak to this. I'm not sure, since I don't know where the boundary lies. We were engaged in the interlocal agreement, so we are included on all of the language that is provided, that is standing today. So I just want to remind you guys, we're sitting there. So this might be a Grand Traverse County beta thing, but legally we are on that document. So I think it's in our best interest to make sure that we have moving forward, because who knew I thought this issue was put to rest already, okay? And we're still sitting here talking about this. So I just think thinking forward, and when we move forward, we really consider this.
Thank you, Commissioner Russ.
I noticed Administrator Allen had her hand up several times. I don't know if she still had to share.
You have a question, Deb?
No, just an update saying that I have had conversations with the prosecutor to find out historically who the county has used prior to Cole Stover or other firms. So I do have some information on individuals that I can call just to get find out what availability could be. So I can have that available Tuesday.
And can I follow up with one
Awesome.
question? Do we know if Grand Traverse has hired a separate firm?
My understanding is they have.
They have.
I think that's a good indication where they're going.
Yeah, I do too, and I'd like, we can find out who, right? That's public record.
I would also encourage you to reach out to the clerk on attorneys we've used in the past, because I really don't, gosh, for some reason, I don't even know if Joe was involved in what we used him for. So he may not know, so reach out.
But I suggest then that we move this forward to next week. If at that time, Commissioner Kramer, you think we ought to consider you could make a motion at that time, because hopefully you'll be back with us in voting next week.
Hopefully.
So if you're comfortable, we'll move this forward to next Tuesday.
So yeah, motion.
That's great, with recommendations coming toward the board. Sorry, with Deb's recommendations to the board for legal representation. Yes?
I'm not.
She's going to explore further about, she's going to talk to the clerk and the prosecutor about other attorneys. We'll have this back for an update next week. At that time, we want to take action, we can.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, thank you. Now we have two more issues with Matt. Thanks for being here, Matt. The first one We do not have to take action now, nor are we prepared to take action now, but item number 11 is the legal counsel contract renewal. It's on here in case people have questions about the contract. It was in our packet last week. Matt's here today to prepare to answer any questions that we might have of him. At some point later this year, we'll have to do a renewal, but we do not need to do that yet. Deb?
I just wanted to clarify, what you had in your packet for the organizational meeting last week was actually the prior agreement. So what you have in your packet this week is actually the proposed agreement moving forward, which represents, I believe, a 3% increase, which is consistent with kind of cost of living. So I just wanted to make sure that you were all aware of what you got last week and what you had this week. And again, this contract does not expire until April, but we're trying to be proactive based on some of the recent questions.
So we'll come back at a later date for contract renewal, but any questions about the contract, retainer services, non-retainer services, redacting, any questions you have for Matt?
Well, I do have tons of questions, but I don't think this is the right place for it. But I'm hoping that at some governance training or workshop, part of that would involve a board's relationship with their hired attorney and a further understanding of how material is redacted from who and why, and past practices and current practices and what we agreed to going forward. So I just would like to state that for the record that I'm open to learning more, and I know I have a lot to learn. So
Great. And just as a comment, as an aside, so we are definitely ahead of the curve as far as discussions go. Our contract runs through the end of May. I'll give you just a brief background of the contract. We've been representing Leelanau County since 1997, which based on the turn of the new year is 27 years. We've had a retainer in place with the county since, I wrote it down here, 2010. So we have a pretty robust history of how this has worked as far as our relationship goes. What we really work and strive toward is getting with each new iteration of the board, everybody on the same page with how we do business. And we are flexible and alter based on the expectations of our clients, how we do business. And one of the things that we provide under our retainer is exactly what you're talking about, which is coming up and doing in-service training. We talked about it maybe a week ago. I'm happy to schedule that. I think we did one at the beginning of the term. They're great to do on an annual basis, especially when we're covering new ground. And it's always good to have a refresher on things like Open Meetings Act. I've got a little bit of time here, so I'm going to take it if I can share, which is I got a question about what happens with a 3-person committee. Can 2 people talk? Is that violating the Open Meetings Act on a 3-person committee? My answer is no. The law and the case law is clear that one-on-one communication is fine. What you have to worry about is when there's only 3 people and you talk to one and then you talk to the other, you could be potentially doing, consensus gathering and decision making outside of an Open Meetings Act meeting. And there's also a question of, is that committee subject to the Open Meetings Act? We typically are on the side of caution if you're doing anything other than forwarding on 100% of what you talked about. So a board committee with 3 people that makes recommendations, let's say you narrow down one of 3 options and it relates to county government, we're going to tell you that should be posted under the Open Meetings Act. But don't think that if you're on a 3-person subcommittee, which is what that would be, that you can't talk to one other commissioner about business that's on that committee. I think there's pretty robust case law. I'm not sure of anything directly on point when it's only 3, but you're creating these. Ultimately, as long as the decision is made in an open meeting that's appropriate under the Open Meetings Act, you will be covered.
So do you mean talking to somebody else on the committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So anybody else that you're talking to, resource people, legal counsel, administrator, that are not members of the public body, whether it's the board, whether it's a subcommittee, are not subject to the restrictions of the Open Meetings Act. One other quick thing on Open Meetings Act, and I know you all know this, which is that it doesn't matter the format of the communication. So we send communications to you via email. If you reply all with one question, that's probably fine. But if you start going back with multiple questions and answers, we want to just be cautious of that, because you can have those types of what we're looking for is a quorum of the body communications that are deliberating toward a decision outside of an open meeting. That's what we're trying to avoid. Big picture, in summary, one-on-one, No problem. Don't worry about one-on-one.
Just a clarification from Commissioner Elgack's question. One-on-one could occur within the subcommittee to another member one-on-one.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know if that's.
No, I was talking about.
Deliberate towards a decision.
One-on-one, you can say, here's what I think.
Here's what I think.
Yeah, and I'm gonna vote this way. How are you gonna vote? One-on-one communications are not subject to the restrictions that they occur in a meeting. The problem is, and what you have to be careful is, when we're counting numbers, like on your board, if you talk to 3 other people, you may have a quorum problem. So one-on-one, never an issue. You just need to count on your hands how many people, you can always straw poll, but when you start getting together and maybe moving between groups, it's all fact sensitive. It sounds more complicated than it is. Know that you can always talk to each other one-on-one. And that if there's 4 of you standing around, you should flag that as an issue that you might want to limit the conversation to non-county business.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yep. A little more about our firm. So
one thing on.
Yes.
Sorry, I was just checking back, going back to what you just said. One-on-one, but you can't do the one-on-one with like every individual. Is that correct? That's not, there is something against that if I remember.
So there's a situation regarding round robin voting, but one person, let's say the chair of the board, could talk to each other commissioner individually. That's fine. And what can't happen is that the chair of the board can't talk to 3 people and then talk to 3 more people together. The hard and fast rule of the Open Meetings Act that I go around the state talking about, and so far I haven't been proven wrong by a case, is you can always do one-on-one. So that's the thing that I want to emphasize here. You are absolutely right, Commissioner. When you start getting with sub-quorum groups, if you were actually documenting what each person's vote was going to be and telling other people, hey, they're going to vote this way, that becomes more problematic and fact sensitive, but you can always communicate one-on-one with each other.
So I understood that if you do that, you just can't say, encourage somebody to vote a particular way.
One-on-one, you can.
Tell them how you feel about something.
One-on-one, you can say, I'm going to vote this way and I'd like your support.
Oh.
A lot of leeway one-on-one.
We didn't know that.
That's so much different than what used to be advised. That's much different advice than what we used to be advised on.
From our firm?
Yes.
Well, I've been doing this for 13 years. I haven't varied at all from that. And every presentation I make at the state level for Michigan Association of Counties, Michigan State Extension, these are people that rely on us for our expertise in the field. We provide that same message. I've got online training out there to that effect as well.
Okay, so you can say, I encourage you to support it also. Can we say, will you support it?
Absolutely. There's not a limitation one-on-one with what your discussion is on an issue.
Okay.
Yeah, just a clarification, you said the chairman could, but I assume that applies to any commissioner.
Yeah, that was just an example.
Just to be clear, is that staying out of this mess is an important part of this board to make sure we don't. So I'll take an example issue that I'm advocating for. And I can go talk to Commissioner Wessel and have that discussion, and then I can go to Commissioner Wapner and have that discussion. I can go to Commissioner Kramer and I do that right on down the board, as long as those commissions in any one time are one-on-one.
That's right.
Okay.
And then here's the key. Then you decide at an open meeting of the Board of Commissioners.
Right.
So the vote, the action, the deliberation, that process has to occur at an open meeting.
But all the deliberation's already been done.
That's not deliberation. One-on-one is not defined as deliberation under the Open Meetings Act.
Okay. Wink, wink.
It's not, I mean, it's not wink, wink. I mean, that's the case law and that's how the law defines it.
I really don't recommend react. I really
It's just a
don't.
bad way of doing business.
Very bad way of doing business, very bad. We were advised some years ago never to do exactly what, and I understand sometimes laws change and things change. So we've always done all the deliberation transparently here at this table,
And you absolutely should. I'm just telling you, it does not violate the Open Meetings Act, which is the question that was posed to me on a 3-person committee for 2 people to talk one-on-one. So I think what you're talking about is a best practice and certainly encourages transparency and will keep you away from having to defend yourselves. So I'm not sure what the context of the legal advice was. All I know is this has been the exact way this law has operated since 1974. So this isn't new. I'm not trying to upset the apple cart here. I was hoping to provide some sense of relief so that people weren't concerned if there was 3 people on a subcommittee that they couldn't ask the other person questions outside of a meeting. That's it. Everything else that you're doing, I understand to be compliant with the act. I just wanted to clarify that is also compliant with the act.
So my understanding is that this kind of training is on somebody's, like, to figure out where it could fit in, I think sooner than later as part of our due diligence to be in agreement with our understanding of it. Is that correct? Is that what we're gonna do?
Anything else, Matt, before we move to the FOIA?
Just a couple data points here. So our retainer, we kind of keep track as a business, what the effective hourly rate is on the retainer. We consider retainers to be usually good for clients and good for us, but it's a value discount that we're providing in most cases. The retainer for 2021 annualized from June 1 to May 31st, the effective hourly rate was $139 an hour. From June 1st, 2022 to May 31st, 2023, the effective hourly rate was $115 an hour. And from June 1st, 2023 to November 30th, 2023, the effective hourly rate was $116 an hour. So when we quote new business, which you are not, and which we love, we are quoting $225 to $245 an hour. So there's a very different dynamic that occurs over time. And our office is not looking to upset the apple cart at all with the existing and very valued attorney-client relationship that we have with you. But that's why when we propose what I consider to be moderate increases in the attorney's fees, we are just trying to keep it in the ballpark for us as a business from an economic standpoint. We are not going to come in here, even if you went out for bids, and tell you that our new rate is $250 an hour. We just do not operate that way. But that is what the market is at the bottom end, is $250 an hour for legal services. The reason we're able to do that mainly is that we have a number of clients that are set up this way. And some clients, yours is very consistent, deviate. Sometimes theirs is $350 an hour and then it's $40 an hour, depending on the amount of volume that we have or the scope of the retainer. What this tells me when I see this type of data is that we've got a pretty good thing going here, both on volume and effort from our perspective. It's consistent. It's certainly economically viable for us. We just ask that you consider adjustments that are generally consistent to keep up with what you're doing from either an inflationary standpoint. We kind of benchmark the collective bargaining agreements. So part of the data that we had last time we did a renewal, we asked for a 2% each year. The collective bargaining agreements during that period were a 2.5, 2.5, and a 2, but then we did a mid-cycle adjustment to 3.25 on that too. We don't ask for increases in those situations. We aren't tie barring ourselves to it. We're just using it for ourselves to say, we think this is reasonable to propose to our clients. The most recent go around was 3.25, 3.253. We're looking at 3. And so that's not a take it or leave it offer. I just wanted you to have some context on why we asked for that. On the hourly rate, I wanted to talk briefly about retainer and non-retainer. You'd mentioned that. We do not have under your retainer litigation. So basically, if we are involved in an arbitration, if we're involved in a civil rights complaint, if we're involved in administrative appeals or court litigation, that is hourly. And that deviates a lot year to year. And that's why most of our retainers do not have the litigation piece covered, because we and you are basically just guessing at what an annual hourly amount would be. The last couple of years, we had very little hourly work, which was actually unusual. It's an anomaly if we look back through the history. So the hourly in 21 was $7,400 for the year. The hourly in 22 was $6,500. And the hourly through the first part of this year, and I won't get into the specifics, but we've talked about these litigations, is $29,000. $29,000 for 10 months for a county of your size. You guys are doing well. You are not being inundated by litigation. Your litigation costs, based on our experience with other similarly situated counties, is well below market. So even though it's an increase over the last couple of years, we have many clients that are 5 to 10x litigation costs of what Leelanau County is. You have some litigation ongoing. That is the reality. As a municipal corporation of your size, I would expect that that will always be the case. The reason that I think that the hourly division has worked out pretty well is that you have some years where there's very little. And from the same time, we are proposing an hourly rate in the renewal of $195 an hour. That's effectively what the cost of insurance defense is, also below market. Many of our clients are at $245 an hour for the hourly rate, and we're happy there, and we hope that we provide value to you in that way as well.
What was the litigation? Generally.
So we have discussed those in closed session. I will just speak to them generally of what the cases are, which a lion's share of that litigation expense has to deal with the deputies litigation regarding the ULP and the circuit court action that came from that. And we recently had a hearing in that case. I'm happy to provide an update on where that stands, but that is still not resolved.
Okay. Thank you. I think you said that was the bulk.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I mean, that's probably 90%.
90%.
Okay, thank you. We, next on our agenda, we have the FOIA appeal that we have received just this morning. Received from Mr. Lautner. I had, when I saw it on the agenda, I reached out to Deb and asked her to get to give us a legal opinion on our responsibility in the process. Matt's going to introduce that, I believe, and then if we want to, we can go into closed session and discuss the deal. And if we don't want to, we don't have to. But I think Commissioner Lautner would like to do that. But see how that goes.
I really don't think it's going to be necessary, but go ahead.
Sure. So we produced a written attorney-client privilege legal opinion. I brought hard copies. You've all received a copy, I understand, electronically. I won't get into the specifics here. If you want to discuss it in more detail, if there's anything unclear, I'm happy to go into closed session. But in a nutshell, we have received a written FOIA appeal. You have 10 days from receipt of that appeal to hold the hearing. Those are business days. Between now and your next board meeting, there is also a federal holiday, so we don't count that as one of the days here. So if you have an appeal hearing, it should occur at your next regular scheduled board meeting. And the reason for that is the way the appeal hearings work is that the person filing the appeal, in this case, commissioner in her individual capacity, can advocate to you in an open meeting her position, and the FOIA coordinator would respond as the responding party to explain if it's a fee appeal, which this one is, how the fee is calculated, what it is. And then you have the options as the head of the public body to decide the outcome of the question, which in this case is uphold the fee, reduce or modify the fee, or waive the fee. And those all occur in open session, in an open meeting. It's like a little mini informal trial. And that's how a FOIA appeal works. And so we've got more specifics here. I hope it's all fairly self-explanatory. What I'm giving you is just a general overview of FOIA. I brought a summary of the FOIA statute that our firm provides. You may already have it. I've got the same thing for the Open Meetings Act, but I just want to field any questions. And if they are specific in nature, I would recommend that we have that discussion in closed session. I also just want to say, because it is certainly not without precedent that we have a commissioner who has filed a FOIA in her individual capacity, that does not present a legally prohibited conflict of interest for the commissioner to be both wearing two hats. Now, if the commissioner decided that she wanted to abstain from the question, that's up to the board. She requests to abstain. She's not legally required to abstain. But that, I just want to state this because it's probably going to come up at the next meeting. This is the dual role. We talked about it a little earlier. You said in your comment, you don't lose your rights as a citizen and your rights to the law just because you also happen to be a county commissioner, and vice versa.
So in your one paragraph about confidential information, when we receive anything, say from your firm, it's marked confidential. So that, of course, is the buzzword for us not to share that beyond here. So anything else, like beyond anything you receive from you, there's nothing confidential on my computer.
Not necessarily. So
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, So other than, well, there's nothing personally confidential. Now, I do understand in this that there was concern about confidentiality between employees, et cetera. Okay, so that's, and I talked to you about, because it wasn't the employees necessarily where I think I'm going to find the information I'm seeking, so I can drop the employee portion of that. I just have to rewrite this, correct?
You can modify the scope of your FOIA request.
Okay. Yeah, I think, especially in light of last week, I think the information I'm actually seeking would not be there. So I can modify that. But the rest can be waived, so that would be just great.
And that's for the public body as a whole to decide.
Question then, Commissioner Butler, are you withdrawing this and revising your appeal, or are you?
I'm just going to
appealing-
modify that. I will modify that.
When does the clock
So the
start?
10th,
So again, I don't want to speak on behalf of your FOIA coordinator, who's very well versed, but my understanding, there he is. And yes, please, you can tell them the clock if there's a modified request. It's probably back there cringing the whole time I'm up here. So.
No, I appreciate that. If I don't have to appear in front of people, I don't. So actually, the FOIA is deemed abandoned after 48 days. Normally, we put it in the letter to whoever is doing the FOIA. In this case, we failed to do so, and we knew that you wanted to appeal, so we left it open without requiring that 48 days. So we're talking about modifying the FOIA. You can do it. I know that you want to do that. We're going to leave it open because we want this worked out however it's supposed to happen. You know, obviously we don't want it to go on for 6 months or whatever. If you want to submit a new FOIA that delineates that you don't want employees, that's fine. I have no problem with that. And that was really the crux of why this was going to take so long, because it wasn't targeted to @leelanau.gov. It could have been a personal email address from an employee to the commissioner, which means we had to go through everything and we couldn't isolate it. So if you want to limit it, I'm happy to take it as a revision according to, I'll just say a reasonable amount of time, because we know that you're going to do this, that you're not dropping it, and that's fine. Or if you want to drop this and start over with a new FOIA request, I'll do it however. And I'm happy to work in that way. There was just one thing related to the fee, if you'd like me to continue on. So the fee, we actually did a reduction. $50 an hour was a reduction from my normal hourly. This year, I just got from my promotion and from the 3% with the benefits included at $71 an hour. We're going to stick with the 50 regardless. I just want to let you know.
may I interrupt you right there? So that concerns me because as a county, and right now I'm speaking for every taxpayer out there that might want to make a FOIA request. I've always understood that we only have to charge the minimum. So we only should be charging the minimum for FOIA requests for anybody.
That's correct. So
Okay.
In this case, because there were going to be 1,200 legal decisions, the only one who could do it would be the least paid. Our other attorney couldn't make that legal decision as he has no training. So it would be, and that's why it was set at that amount. Now we again decided to reduce that amount, and we're trying to make it easier for that access. Now, 9 out of 10 times our FOIA requests don't require a legal opinion. And so it can just be done at the secretary pay. And so that's why it's usually lower. In this case, that was unavailable.
With our new FOIA coordinator, will that be available then to our public to get that at the cheapest rate and absolutely possible?
Of course, yes. And again, it's only related to legal decisions, which is where I would get involved. And again, because there were so many, I would have to write an
And then
explanation.
it will be a whole lot easier. I understand it can be a search engine and that's.
We can break it. My guess is if you can isolate it, the request correctly, it will be exponentially cheaper. And I would suggest doing that before doing a hearing, so that way, you know, maybe instead of $5,000, it's going to be $50. Now I'm just saying, I don't think that's what it's going to be, but it could be quite reduced.
Or, yes, or wait.
If it's cheap enough, then we waive it, but because there was so much time involved, that's why it was the amount.
I'm sitting here with a question about timing though, unless Commissioner Lautner withdraws this, we're bound by the 10 days.
Correct.
It'll be within the 10 days. That's what I just understood from Tristan.
If you're going to modify it, but now the fee would be different, we'd recalculate the fee based on what it is. And you're requesting a change from $5,000. Are you going to appeal whatever the new fee is as well? I know, because I don't know what your request is. So that's what they're saying with the 10 days. Do we need to act on that?
Do we need to set a hearing for next week, Tuesday, or do we pull this and set another hearing when we get a resubmission of the FOIA request and appeal?
Probably a new one, I'm guessing.
It's up to you.
Yeah, okay. We can, all right, do we have to set that by board motion right now?
No.
You're in your personal capacity, so it's you.
So I will get with you then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a general comment. I'm not supportive of making personal communications between commissioners and employees public. I think if we do that, we'll never hear from anyone again. So I'm very concerned just about this action in general.
My request was not for public.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, well, I don't, that's a general statement then.
I think that if somebody communicates with us, that should be private.
There are certain exemptions that may or may not apply, and that's why there's legal decisions which I'll need to make.
Anything else on this? I think then we are done with this until we receive another appeal. And at that time, we can set a hearing for the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Matt?
Nothing from me.
Any final questions?
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matthew.
Okay.
Travel safe.
Yeah, it's sporty out there today.
Yes.
Where?
Be not far behind you.
Are we okay to keep going here?
I think so.
Yep.
We are back at item number 7. The 86th District Court Tri-County Operating Agreement, Antrim County Contractual Notice of Withdrawal.
So Gwen was here with us a little bit earlier, the administrator for the 86th Circuit Court, and I think she's still upstairs, so I'm not sure if she's listening, but if she's available, I want to encourage her to come down. But what I did mention this to the board previously because there was an issue about a request for us to enter into another one of those multi-county agreements with Cole Stoker because they represent all 3 counties. And I paused on that because I was informed that there were discussions happening with Antrim County potentially withdrawing from the 86th Circuit Court. So in regards to that, they are moving forward with investigating, they as in Antrim County are moving forward with investigating, removing themselves from the 86th District Court. It will take legislation for them to do so. That's going to obviously take some time. But I can tell you that the Circuit Court is meeting with Grand Traverse County later this month to have a conversation about what those potential costs could be. And then there would be a follow-up meeting with Leelanau County in terms of any potential costs. I think Gwen had shared with me that they are working diligently to make it a cost neutral scenario. But I don't know exactly what that will all entail. So this is really more of, there's Gwen. I think I just gave your speech, Gwen, but
Okay.
would the board like to have more information?
Good morning.
Good morning. I gave an overview and I did speak briefly about what you and I talked about yesterday.
Okay.
So just in terms of the plan is that the 86th District Court will be meeting with Grand Traverse County the end of this month.
Yep.
And then a follow-up would be scheduled with Leelanau County to anticipate any changes, costs. And I said, at this point, you're working diligently to do a fee neutral scenario.
Yes, that's correct. I would say the same. So we had very little input and information on this topic and on this matter. It was brought to my attention in October, at the end of October, and then it was on the Antrim County Board of Commissioners meeting agenda November 2nd. After that meeting, myself and Circuit Court Administrator Trina Gerardin offered any information that we could be helpful in this decision-making process for Antrim County. We had one meeting with the county administrator, and then it was on the December Board of Commissioners meeting in Antrim County, in which they passed a resolution to move forward with approaching the legislation for district probate court in Antrim County. And then Mr. Scott submitted his withdrawal from Antrim County from the inter-county agreement with Leelanau, Antrim, and Grand Traverse.
If I can too, I think it's interesting, when can you mention when we had the multi-county, intergovernmental meeting?
Yes. So that was October 24th, I believe. So October 24th, we had our annual inter-county agreement meeting with the county administrators, finance divisions, and their county chairpersons were invited to attend. Those that were able to attend did attend. And at that meeting, Antrim County did not bring up this potential or possibility at that time. That would have been ideally the key time to bring it up as part of an inter-county agreement and conversation piece. It was mentioned to me just before that meeting started. And so there was a discussion, as well as Mr. Elder had offered any other county to take on the fiduciary responsibilities. Nothing was mentioned further at that time. So this is where we're at. We're working to be diligent in this efforts, not knowing what is for sure going to happen. We are, like I said, committed to having communication and openness with Leelanau County, Antrim County, and Grand Traverse moving forward, however this ends up being. And so, like County Administrator said, we will be meeting in February to follow up what if those impacts financially will be to Leelanau County if this does get passed legislatively.
Yeah, I guess, I've read everything that you guys have sent to us. And are we actually identifying why this occurred? Or are we talking about why Antrim wants this arrangement? Is it something we should be aware of, or is this?
I think that would be something that I can't speak for Antrim County. I can just speak to the conversations, the one conversation that I've had with Mr. Scott on this matter, as far as why it is. And the information that had been relayed through those conversations is that it's been ongoing unhappiness, lack of communication in that with Grand Traverse, with District Court.
And are we addressing those concerns now, or is it too late?
They passed the resolution at their December meeting, so that tells me that it's too late.
But they did not come to the annual meeting to talk about those concerns. So it was not possible to address the concerns prior to that decision because there was nowhere to set the concerns.
Correct.
What the
They
judge told me.
they didn't bring those concerns up at the inter-county agreement meeting either, and let us know what those concerns were at that time.
So the legislature is going to have to have this for them to be able to withdraw.
No, they can withdraw from the they have provided the counties with the letter of intent to withdraw from the inter-county agreement. They need the legislation to allow them to create a district probate court separate from the 86th district court.
So
That's
they
my
can withdraw,
understanding.
and then they'll have nothing until the legislature acts.
They have 1 year, they have to provide their written notice 1 year prior to that withdrawal. So they provided it within 1 year. So their withdrawal from the inter-county agreement meeting or inter-county agreement will be effective January 1st, 2025. With, I believe there's a caveat in his letter with pending approval from the legislature to do this.
So in the meantime, they will be
Correct.
using the resources.
Yes, yep, yes, through 2024, all of 2024. And we are committed to have a good working relationship with them, work on things, as they come up and move forward with all good intentions and good efforts.
I believe the Judge Cooney said he would like to come to meet with us in February.
Yes, that's our, yes.
And the possibility maybe of some sort of action at the board level to communicate with the legislation because of increased costs to our county if they were to approve this. So that'll be on our February agenda. Any last questions on that? Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome.
We now have our senior services update. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks. Good afternoon.
Just as a point of order, these items are on page 40. 42.
And I actually have another. And I don't think you were listed as contact. Oh, on the EDS, I think it reverted back to Deb's. So my mistake on that. All right, so our senior service advisory committee met on the 21st of December. And we had lots of discussion around the millage that expires this year. Commissioner Algier and Commissioner Kramer were very supportive of a renewal. However, there was a lot of back and forth discussion on the duration of the millage renewal. And there was a question if it was going to be enough to sustain. So I am here. There is an EDS that I am asking for a motion so we can continue getting it to legal counsel in a timely manner. The ballot language for the millage renewal that I'm proposing be on the August 24 ballot is due to the clerk's office by March 14th by 4 p.m. So what I'm recommending today is the renewal of the previously voted rate of 0.320 for 2 years. And what I just passed out to you is some statistics that I took into consideration for this recommendation. This program that we serve seniors is set up and was in place to serve the most vulnerable, to help seniors age in place with dignity and security. We do serve the most vulnerable seniors with food insecurities. We serve them with financial assistance and homemaking or in-home services on an income and asset tested basis. We have continued to subsidize foot care through vouchers and lunch bunch social programs for all seniors in Leelanau County. And we've added a pilot wellness program to this year 24, which starts this week. If you look at graph 1, that shows the total population of Leelanau County in blue, and the orange shows the senior population. We are consistently at a 2 to 3% growth for our senior population per year.
So you have 9,382. 9,000, you have 9,000 seniors at the end of 2022. How many of those, other than the newsletter, how many of those are active clients for you?
Sure. So if you go down to graph number 2, we currently served in 2023, 2,548 seniors.
So it might have been Meals on Wheels, it might have been homemaking. Is that everything?
Freedom alerts, everything that we do. So I spoke to that 2 to 3% increase, and graph 2 and 3 shows the numbers that we serve for 23. We have seen a 20% increase from 22 to last year in 23. And you can see those numbers on graph 2. If you move to the next 4 graphs shown, I know that there's a lot of information here, so ask questions as we go. Graph number 4 shows a 7% increase in those in-home services in 2023, and a 27% increase in our financial assistance. We anticipate using approximately $242,000 of our fund balance to have a balanced budget for 23. And we amended that, I think, last week or the week prior. So being fiscally responsible and considering the growth of our senior population, I think in 2 years we will outgrow our infrastructure. I don't have that magic 8 ball to see how many seniors we're going to serve and are going to sign up for 24. But if we serve the same number of seniors from 23 to 24, we will have about $23,000 left to serve in our unmet need category. So we served 214 seniors in 2003. I can't predict how many seniors we can serve in our unmet needs, but we will have about $23,000 that we did not spend this past year in 23 that we could stay within our budget for fiscal year 24. And then, yep.
If I may, I just want to
Sure.
mention, the clerk just handed me a note saying that the deadline is actually May 14, 2024, not March, but that's
May.
okay. That gives us a little bit more time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say March? I wrote May. Thank you. So the in-home services is hard to predict too, but if I threw out numbers, we could serve an additional 11 people to 18 people based on services and the amount of services they need. So, and that's for 24. With those numbers, we can sustain the 2 to 3% growth that we've seen from year to year. But after 2 years, I don't have that prediction. I think we will outgrow.
Questions for? Yes. Doug, Melinda, when Jamie.
So I see this is a renewal rate at the same millage rate.
Correct.
And I see the estimates for 2024. Do you have what was raised for 2023? You know what the total raise that millage was?
Yes, maybe. If I have the correct information, current year to date, and I'm going off. The current taxes we collected was $965,000 approximately. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to help out a little bit here.
I'm still,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
not even 6 months into this role, and understanding the budget is something I'm working on.
Yeah, that's her realized revenue, and the collection of millage for senior services started on December 1st. People that have paid through December 31st, they have, and then this is also some of last year, January to March, and then the settlement as well. So this is a blend of two years of millage collection in this budget. So what we want to look at is the projected millage rate that is levied against our taxable value. And I see that, was this given to the? I think this is part of your packet.
In your
This-
packet.
This was part of your packet. I think the levy this year was 0.3134, and that's part of the rollback. And then against taxable value of $3.6 billion, it'll raise 1.13 million. So her estimated revenue for 23 collection is 1.131. So if you go back to the 0.32 that they would like to renew, of course, your taxable value is going to go up more than likely.
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to get to, is what will be the actual increase in.
On this year's tax, county tax, that taxable value, that'll bring in about $23,000 more.
What will, you mean just keeping it the same at the 3.20 will bring in 23? I don't.
More than the 0.3134 rollback.
Exactly.
It will bring in 1.15.
I saw
Based.
Andrew nod his head back there, so.
So, but we don't know what the proposed, what the taxable value will be for the year that you're actually implementing this.
Correct.
Millage rate on, so there's no way for us to know what amount we're raising.
Correct. We should have that in March, I think Andrew indicated.
Correct, so we won't have the taxable value number until after March quarter review. So the 1.15 number being cited now is using the 2023 taxable value that we know multiplied against the millage rate that she's talking about seeking, which is.
So we do have time to know it in March and still make the decision, if I understand the time frame right.
I have to have enough time to get it to legal counsel for verbiage. I don't know what the turnaround time is there.
I think the language could be established with the millage rate left blank if you want to get a jump on your language, and you'd have time for Andrew to give you a better idea of the 24 taxable value, because it'll be nailed down closer to your deadline, and fill in the blank.
We can do, it'll be an up to.
Mhm.
Correct, so we can do an up to, and it's just a renewal of the 0.320.
Yes, the board can levy any amount up to the approved millage rate. It's up to. So let's say your taxable value goes skyrocket and 0.32 is going to levy way more than you need. This board would then say, well, the voters have approved 0.32, but we're going to levy 0.3, period. So you've got that. You've got control.
That just makes sense, and it is going to bring in more, we already know that, we already know what the values are. See them everywhere. My tax doesn't have that.
So our discussion is about the 2 or 4 year, is that really what you're needing from us today?
Yeah,
Okay, so I emailed you and you gave me a brief explanation, but could you go into that further? And what is your recommendation?
My recommendation is 2 years.
Okay.
We're coming out of COVID. This was the first full year we had all services at the capacity the numbers are on the paper that I shared with you. So I think in 2 years, we very well could outgrow, but I want to be responsible for the taxes and the monies, and we have everything in place to make to keep everything in line.
I encourage Lena to go for 4 years, just because it's a lot of work. For you to have a millage every 2 years. I think she's being very responsible. She said, I'm new in this job, I need to get the lay of the land. We need to see how the landscape changes post-COVID. So she is committing to more work for them. But this does allow you to be able to reassess in 2 years. So I do support this action. And thanks for your work on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for trying to get up to budget speed.
Commissioner Kramer, you're on the Senior Services Committee. Do you have anything to say?
Hear her voice somewhere.
So it's just something in the hallway.
Okay. Anything else? Do we have a motion?
So I just have a question about it though. This does have a 0.320. Is that what we want in our motion then? Or up to?
Up to.
Can I modify that slightly then? Is that what we all agreed on, correct?
We usually approve up to.
Up to,
So
okay,
that we
but
can
then-
set the.
I don't see that wording here, so I'm gonna change it slightly. So I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve a senior service millage renewal to appear on the August 2024 ballot. This renewal proposes a levy of up to 0.320 mil for a duration of 2 years, covering the period from 2004 to 2006.
Support. Any further discussion?
Just thank you, and this county will allow us to support the seniors. So.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All those in support of the motion on the floor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 6-0. Thank you. Yes, a conference request.
So there's a out-of-state conference in San Francisco, California that I am asking for approval for our care coordinator, Gail Carlson, to go to. She went to it last year. I am not prepared to leave the office in my first year for a week. So she will bring back everything in regards to advocating for change to address the issues in aging within our country. So it's a nationwide conference.
Commissioner Elgar.
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve Gail Carlson, care coordinator, to attend the American Society on Aging 2024 conference to be held March 25 to 28 in San Francisco. Funds to come from the Senior Services, Education and Travel accounts.
Or any discussion?
I think it's cruel and unusual punishment to send anybody to San Francisco right now. She may have to take several pair of shoes, as I understand. Closed-toed shoes.
Are we ready?
I mean.
Oh, no,
this is
it's
your
not the
assessment.
weather.
She obtained enough real information to justify, I mean, because we weren't here, but I mean, if you do support this, it's a worthwhile effort.
I would go. I have a couple other conflicts at that time. But and also in my first year, I don't want to be away from the office for a week.
Should come back after the conference and report on.
Yes.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now, Kathy, and we have kept Chris if he's here.
I sent him a message just a little while ago, letting him know that we were back in session, so and he should be on shortly, so I'm not sure if Chris is actually on or not.
Kathy, you prepared to talk
Sure.
to us?
I am. I did give you a handout. I emailed Commissioner Kramer hers, so she would have it in her possession as well. I have worked on this in coordination with Deb and Patricia Sotis Little and Chris Scher from DCS Technologies. At a previous meeting, you were presented a DCS technology contract for 2024 work that encompassed both the project management supervision of the Point Broadband commitment you have made, as well as the proposed charter contract that is still being developed. The costs are still being determined. Administrator Allen, jump in anytime because you were a part of that conference call as well. Please correct me if I misstate. And what we felt we were getting from you is that you were unsure about diving into a contract with DCS Technologies on an unknown number yet with Charter, because Chris Scher is working diligently to negotiate that cost of Charter providing broadband to our unserved. And he's working diligently to get that cost down and our commitment reduced as well. So that being that that's in motion, we discussed, let's address the Point Broadband side of the contract and separate the two. So we'll talk about what we do know rather than the unknown. So the document you have in front of you, I've put a bold box around Point Broadband. That's what we're going to discuss. This is what the County Board of Commissioners discussed. I believe this discussion of providing broadband started in 21. So 2 boards ago discussed this. It came into 22 and 23. And again, you were the next board, but we have multiple boards that have committed to this project. The first contract that you had with Point Broadband was a $160,000 contract. It is paid in full through 23's work. It's my understanding as we're on the road of discovery, how these things all come about and what we're experiencing is that this project continues and we still need boots on the ground, eyes on the project. It isn't any one of us, but we do need the expertise. And DCS has been with us since the beginning. Is that a fair statement, Commissioner Wessel, Administrator Allen? So Point Broadband work in 24, DCS is proposing a $96,000 contract to continue to see Point Broadband, hopefully to the end, to complete the project in 24. My feeling from, and join in and say if you felt the same with regard to Chris Scher's commitment to getting the Point Broadband completed in 24, is that it just gets exponentially more expensive for Point Broadband. It's in their best interest to finish this in 24. But again, we need boots on the ground. I'm not here to sell it, but I'm here to give some perspective to it for you, in that the percentage of the monies that we would spend on our $5 million commitment with these 2 contracts, the one that was paid in full and the Point Broadband that's being proposed is about 5%, 5.12%. which I believe, and I'm not in the business of being a consultant that oversees projects, but I think that's about an industry standard of 5%, 5.1. It seems to be a standard that's baked into most of these projects. If you spread Chris Share's contracts over the entire Point Broadband project, which is 17,400,000, because Point Broadband is committed to putting this into our county at their expense with our participation. Chris is overseeing the whole thing. So he's overseeing a $17.4 million project. And we're contributing, if you agree to this, $256,000 over the 2 years. That brings the percentage of the contract to 1.47% of the total for Point Broadband. So I'm just putting out numbers, a little history, a little understanding, separating what we know from what we don't know, and a reflection on what I heard Chris say at that meeting we had. So now it's up to you. He is saying in the proposal, 12 payments at $8,000, or if it's finished sooner, Point Broadband is done, the balance of the contract in full.
Commissioner Algar.
I fully support this. Chris is critical to our commitment to supplying, providing broadband to everyone in our county. I was on the phone with him yesterday for a half hour. On 40 addresses that Spectrum says they do not want to cover in Casson and Cleveland. He is on the ground fighting for every single person in this county. And his perspective is, even if a present person does not want broadband, which is very unusual, we need to think of this as like electricity. In the future, if somebody moves there, they need to know that they can have broadband like everyone else in the county. He is in the weeds for us. He's been up here countless times, and he's fighting for every single house to get broadband. So he's critical to our completing this task. And I don't think we'll be successful without it.
Commissioner Lautner.
Well, I didn't know I had my hand up, but
I thought you
it's
did.
quite okay, because I do have a question. So I really understand where he is coming from with his thank you. So I have a question. I wonder if it goes beyond. So I think if even perhaps no fault of his own, if broadband doesn't get going and it rolls into 2025, are we going to have to pay even more? Or is, because I really understand the lump sum idea spread over the months for work he is doing on it, but I just don't want to see this go beyond next year. If there were a guarantee we'd be done by the end of the year, I get it, because I do appreciate his work. By all means, I appreciate his work. In fact, I do need a phone number because I'm getting lots of calls because they can't get hooked up, and they're in my township, my other township. So I do need to get a hold of him and even more work for him. But that's my only concern, is that if it stretches into April, May next year, is it going to be another 50, 60,000, and that's it.
Alan, and then
So So this was a point of discussion that we had with Chris on the phone, and he did clarify that early on when the project was approved, it was an anticipated 3-year project. So it could potentially go through 2024. That's certainly not the intent, and that is why I think Chris's services are even so much more valuable, because he is keeping the feet to the fire to make sure the Point Broadband moves forward. Is that your understanding as well?
It is, and also,
But to be fair, we did not know we were going to have ongoing per share fees at that time. I don't believe so.
Doug?
Just to kind of put some in the middle there, I mean, I don't disagree with the value of per share, but there was discussion, or maybe I don't remember where I heard this from, while trying to negotiate with them, the cabinet fee that divided out to that $96,000, and there's 6 cabinets left to complete. Cabinets would be $16,000 a piece, and at completion of the cabinets, or you do some sort of down payment. I mean, that would kind of satisfy Mr. Lautner's concern that, and I have some of the same concern. I mean, all right, we didn't anticipate Point to stop, 6 months ago, and so we get 2 months of the year and they can't get material.
Yeah.
And so we've agreed to pay $96,000 for someone to watch them sit on the sidelines for 6 months till they get some more fiber.
He was not sitting on the sidelines.
I think you're on the right track. So payment upon completion and yeah.
We did talk to him about that and proposed that was unacceptable, and he did not agree. He had reason for doing that. He waited this morning. He's not available between 12 and 1 today. If we want to ask him that question, we can do that, but he would not accept that contract. Kathy, right?
and I think we also understood that his point man has relocated to another state. He would be doing this himself, is what I understood. I also recall, in a full disclosure, there would be travel reimbursement for mileage, if that rings a bell.
There will be on top of this fee for Chris's travel.
Yeah.
Is that just mileage or expenses, hotel meals?
I didn't have a contract, so we didn't ask for legal to redo this contract. We needed your direction. So we could, because, we didn't want to unnecessarily draft a document unless you tell us to.
But his proposal must include that information.
I believe. Did you catch that, Deb?
I don't believe it did, so.
I just want to make sure we're full disclosure as you're.
That could easily be another $25,000, depending on how much time he spends up here, so.
I think we need to go back to the
So
beginning.
there is no motion here.
Pardon?
So what is our action today? Because there's no motion here.
But we don't have a contract to look at. We've got figures. So I think what's appropriate is we move this forward, if we're so inclined, to next week. Between now and then, we get the contract with the numbers in it, the details, and then we take action next week.
Yeah,
Not the contract, at least his proposal.
Yeah, in the contract that you looked at before in December, I recall, it was, all charter and DCS together. So we're just proposing breaking charter out, same terms, just breaking charter out. If I'm oversimplifying it,
Charter has their own person that does this sort of work. Is that our understanding then?
well, I think Chris is going to oversee charter if we get that far, and he'll have a separate contract for charter oversight. And that's the next column on your sheet, but I didn't want to focus on that today because we're not sure about the outcome of the cost. So we didn't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. But it would be an additional fee if you want DCS to oversee charter to make sure that Leelanau County is served.
We need to find out who else is overseeing these projects.
Commissioner Oga?
First, I want to say that he is working on charter all the time. He is working really hard to get their costs down, so that we make sure every person is covered. So he's been working on charter all along. And continues to do so. And after their engineers, address by address. So I would move that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners move this acceptance of this agreement to our public meeting.
Or discussion.
We're just gonna support moving this forward. You guys want to just end?
We're looking for some numbers, aren't we?
No, we're just moving it forward to next week.
I think that's, yeah, all we're doing is getting a real number to make a decision on, and moving it forward. Unless I'm misunderstanding our situation.
We're just moving
Then-
it forward.
Then I'll support that. I mean, I want to see it.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I just
Yes, Kim.
sense that there's not agreement on even the process, like, do we need a Chris to do the charter part, or is that charter communications
Yes, no.
responsibility?
I
But
guess-
that's even a separate thing. We're not even talking about that. We're just trying to get DCS done.
Yeah, okay, but I'm just saying, there's just a lot of information. I don't think that we have,
I agree.
I don't think we have the whole picture.
I would
whole
like to
option.
address that without, Chris Charter would like to charge us $2 million for the rest.
See, that's the first I've heard of that, I believe, but again.
And they've been working for months to whittle it down. That's why I was calling individual people yesterday. Is it true you don't have internet at all?
You can call me.
I will give you some addresses.
Call the question.
No, I don't have internet.
So,
Is there a second to the calling the question?
yes.
They're asking,
If we vote on all in support of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Could I ask for clarification then? Since I kind of put the numbers together after, taking the information from the meeting, now this is a contractual proposal that you'd like to see Tuesday, and so now contracts are the administrators, bailiwick. And Deb, do you understand? I mean, I'm not asking you in that way. I'm just saying, would it be right to have our attorneys break the charter component out of the contract and have that ready for Tuesday? Is that the direction you're asking us to do?
I guess has Chris submitted a proposal for DCS only, or are we just taking his, I mean.
We got this from our phone conversation that he would be willing to look at just the point broadband component only in a contract relationship.
So it seems odd to me to have our attorneys prepare a contract that he hasn't given us a proposal for. I would rather see a proposal for that specific services before I spend attorney's money on dissecting.
We do have a proposal that was brought forward to the board, and then we've had discussion. So what I'll do is I will follow up with Chris later today to discuss the contract proposal and ask, does it include millage and at what level? And then we can put that out.
Mileage.
Sorry, what did I say?
Mileage.
Sorry.
We were there just a minute ago, so.
Well, the question has been called, so as chair, I need to. All those in support of the motion to move forward to next Tuesday with further details at that time, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 6-0. I didn't get a chance to comment, so I will now. 1.5% and direct cost is a deal. And Chris's service is a deal. We are, I know we're on a time limit. I'm sensing we need a 5-minute. break. We take a 5-minute break? Okay. Take 5 minutes.
well, I think you have me
It would be exorbitant.
That's what happens when you skip over stuff, you don't stick to the.
We are back in session and we're on item 13. And when I added this on here, when we put this together, and I really think 13, A and B are combined, it's a suggestion as a follow-up to what I've heard several people say, we ought to have a governance workshop. I know that Chad Janik has done one in Wisconsin County last week. I know we did mine in Northport last month. You can work with boards on how to work together, a little bit about the meetings. So I would propose that we schedule a effective governance workshop with Chet Janet in January of this year or early February.
So moved.
Well, that's not a motion. That was sort of my suggestion.
If you need a motion, there you go. I would support that.
I definitely support us doing something. I just, do we need to explore who does it a little bit more? I mean, again, we haven't talked about it yet, so I guess I would just be curious. And there was some information thrown out about MSU doing something for free, so I think before we get people complain about what we decide, make sure that we've made a decision based on a thorough understanding of what's available out there and at what cost to the taxpayers before make a decision. So I mean, Chet and his work with MLI sounds wonderful, but do we need a proposal, or I mean, I guess how do we go forward with providing this workshop?
Well, okay, so we got a motion, we can discuss it now. What
Did somebody support that motion?
Cam said.
Oh, you did support it?
I support it.
So do you want to speak to it, Quinn, before we open up to general discussion?
It's not a bad idea to see what other resources are available as well. What I do like about Chet is he knows our culture really well. So he might be able to speak more specifically to what we are doing here. So while I'm not opposed to looking at other options, I do think he would be uniquely qualified.
Done that workshop for previous boards of Leelanau County. It's been well received. I participated in 2 of them. They were well done. They were efficiently done. That's just why I suggested check. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I can say as a follow-up to your request to reach out to Mr. Janik, I had done that and he has confirmed that he would do this gratis.
In a fairly timely way, his availability to schedule something.
He has recently taken on commitment of Traverse City Assistant Administrator, so I just need to confirm what his timeline would be.
I guess I'm trying to go back to the process there where we try to delve into issues that are facing the county on a committee level. So I do offer that this group could ask the personnel committee to look at the options and provide information back after our research. If that's the way the committee's system is supposed to be working. If people are more interested in finding out more about other people or companies.
Make sure everybody has a chance to talk. Doug?
I don't remember if I had a comment on that, other than I fully supported the governance workshop. And I mean, I guess knowing Chet, our next candidate, I don't have an issue with him performing it. He's going to perform it for free. And it's something we can get done and it will help us as a board. be more functioning, so I would support moving forward with check as an option for this. That's just my opinion.
Commissioner Walker.
I personally have absolutely no issue with check. And I think if I know where you were coming from, Ty, I probably have been to a couple of those myself. I really had no problem with that. I do have a couple of questions. So I always enjoy spending time with Chet. So this is for who? That's this board.
This is for this board to
These
talk
seven of us.
about board.
So this is just a
Board governance.
voluntary get together.
What I was
Or are you
suggesting
talking about a
was,
special meeting?
what
where
I
you're
was
going to bring
suggesting
in
was a special workshop.
Special
We would,
meeting or workshop. Gotcha.
your hands.
I understand that process now. Okay, well, that was, I think, here, I'm gonna pass these out. I think that was premature only in the sense that I spoke earlier today about the ridiculousness of the report that we received last week. And we were also fed a little misinformation. Jeff had done a survey and that was made public. So I think that, and I think we got an email which gave that to us again, worth a read. So that being said, that is out there. As I said, due to the number of employees that have reached out and just, they didn't even know what to say. They were like, wow. They said, where is the full report? Where are my statements?
But this is not related to
I
the
think
motion
we
on the
need
table. The
more.
motion on the, okay, but can we deal with the motion?
But how do we bring someone in if we don't have all the information? That's where I'm coming from. I think I would like to see for us to receive that full report, to receive all the employees' comments and not the select few that were in that report. So we're going to move forward, but you're going to bring in on governance, that's fine. So I don't, as long as that really doesn't have nothing to do with the other.
And what I propose in the motion on the floor is that we start with a reminder on how to function as a board. And quite frankly, every 2 years, we should do that. And it ought to be automatic.
But
Commissioner Kramer?
Well,
wait a minute,
Hi. Hello.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. The long lost commissioner. So I think both, I think we could use the raw data from the report that Commissioner Lautner is requesting, and I think that will help us glean more information, because at this point, like, just headings and really the information that we have, I don't think really allows us to tackle the problem. I think if we could come with Chet and then maybe additionally MSU, because we need historical information and we also need new information. How do we do this better? We can't do one without the other, right? Like, we can't move forward without knowing historically what the problems are, but we also can't move forward just knowing the history. So I think all of these things are accurate and all of these things are correct, but if we put them together, we could build an even stronger governance moving in hopefully a better direction that we are currently in. And that's my suggestion.
Thank you.
I will, if you want to vote on this separately, I agree with what Commissioner Kramer just said, that I think we need both. I really do. And you know, it sounds like we got this right here. MSU offered to do a Qualtrics account survey at no cost. I will get back to that.
So we have a motion, right?
We have a motion on the floor that we invite Mr. Janet to come in and do effective governance training, one-time workshop with this school.
mandated for us to attend. For all of us, all 7 of us, not including the administrator.
But I would hope we don't participate. I mean, we can't mandate it.
Okay. unless we make an exception.
Commissioner Lutner, you had a follow-up?
Well, I was wondering whether I should make an amendment to the motion to include asking MSU to do that. But we could also do that by separate motion, because I do want to speak to this besides, so a separate motion is fine. As far as, yeah, governance, this board does have a long ways to go. I've never, ever worked with anything like this last year has been. So, you know, there is some definite work to be done.
All those in support of the motion on the table to have governance training workshop, say aye.
Aye. And you said no cost.
Motion
for a
approved
special
6-0 with enthusiastic support from our silent commissioner on screen. Now, Melinda.
So I got two issues here. One, I would like some answers to, and that's why I said I would like to ask this board to receive all of the emails between Darcy Weaver and the survey candidates. Because what we have here, did you get this?
I did,
And you were on the committee and you said you did not receive this.
just got it, yes.
Yep. And I know Gwen is on your committee and she did not receive this. And is this the first you've seen this? So Darcy received this from MSU on October 11th at 1:23. So at 1:23, Darcy reached out to MSU asking them about doing a survey. MSU reached back within just a few minutes and they offered to do the first survey there was at no cost. So I want to know, do you know how it was dropped?
No, but I guess just a clarification, if I read sentence number 1, what you're talking about, it doesn't say they will do the survey at no cost. It said if we supply them with questions, they will put it on the message. And and so that's not doing a survey at no cost. That's they would have to be supplied with some questions. And so I'm not arguing the minor points, but it would, I think the point was to have a disinterested party do the questions, because if we're asking the questions, we're directing as well as someone else. So I'm just trying to put a minor point on it.
Yeah. And we could have used some of the same questions Chet had asked in his survey. I mean, it would have been, we could have done that, no problem. They would have done their survey, they would have compiled the report, and they would have sent it to us at no cost. So, and then they also gave another option. My point is, why did this never come to the board? Why did this never come to committee? Why did these options never come to the board?
Commissioner Elgar and then Commissioner Russ.
You know, I don't read this that way. They are saying they will ask us what questions we want to ask, drop it into a survey and send us that report, no cost. But if then they followed through and did it, there would be a fee. Because, okay, they use an office for survey research and there is a fee. So saying repeatedly that this is at no cost, that's not, there would be a cost, and also, it doesn't sound like there would be anything one-on-one, that this would just be a survey. And I will say that the personnel committee did consider another firm. And part of the reason we chose Dr. Schulten is that he was going to be able to be here in person. The other firm was only going to do an email survey, which is what this would have been. And we thought that the one-on-one would be valuable.
My question where I was getting at is.
Commissioner Ross.
Well, I was still okay, I was not done, so you'll come back to me.
I'll remind everybody that we were asked to do an independent survey by a professional company. So Ms. Ms. Weaver went out to find a match for what we asked of her. If we write the questions, it's not an independent survey. So I think without Ms. Weaver being in the room now, we are not being respectful of what she carried out, what we asked her to do. She did her due diligence to find a company, a separate professional company that would take care of the survey, because that is what Judy Gala and Under Sheriff Kiesel asked us on behalf of the employees to do. If we wanted MSU to do this, it's not, if you're comparing apples to oranges. I don't know a ton about this, but I did my work, my homework, and I believe that Darcy came to us with the best possible options that fit what we asked her to do. And I don't think that what you're seeing in front of you, if we had Ms. Berkeley in front of us, would be corroborated that this would have been anything similar to what we paid $6,500 to do that. That wasn't what we wanted. We wanted a professional, outside, independent climate survey, and that's what we received.
Okay,
Commissioner,
that is a perception, and that's the whole point I'm getting at. MSU does run independent surveys. And I would even guess that they could have done this in a way that we would not have written the questions. I understand where you're coming from with us writing the questions. Those questions that were asked were so dang basic. I mean, heard from several people, they were third grade level questions. It would not have been a, I think calling MSU is very disrespectful, and I think they're being very difficult to work with, because herein lies the problem of the whole governance theme. Anytime we try to respectfully have debate at this table, you tend to like to cut me off. So where I'm going to do right now is continue with this. I think that they're a very respectable organization. They run very professional surveys. My point is, this discussion should have been at the very least at your committee level and or here, and we were never given this opportunity to even ask those questions of them. So someone took it upon themselves to keep this from us as another option. We were presented with only two. I think that's derelict, and that is how I feel about it. In the meantime, we got what we got, which is very difficult to decipher moving forward. It's almost impossible.
Commissioner Rexroth, and then I think your hands up.
It's just a slight bit unrelated, but I'm trying to tie together a couple of options. I don't know if it's possible to reach out to satisfy Mr. Schulten, if there is to provide unredacted. I mean, I hear a fellow commissioner saying that she thinks there's responses that were not heard. Is there any way where you would assure the protection of identities of people, provide those the raw data responses, I guess, and I would lean hard on unless the person's identity could be guaranteed to be protected, I would not support it. But I'm just wondering if that's worth a question, because that seems to be a heartache for Commissioner Launder and some others, and
It's a heartache for employees, yeah.
for employees, and so I don't know if that's possible, and if it isn't, that's fine. But I think I don't know if it hurts to ask. I guess is there any support for that? I mean, again, my whole question rests entirely on the fact that identities can be protected, because those responses were given on the condition of anonymity, and so if not, then I would retract that suggestion.
We could reach out. I mean, I think you asked me or you asked Deb. I did reach out to Dr. Troughton yesterday because I had been asked by two people if Darcy or the personnel committee or the county board chair received the report and earlier than everybody else. And Dr. Troughton said that he only gave the report out to us all together collectively. And I know that's the truth, because I know I didn't see it, nor did I request it, nor was it offered to.
So to answer your question, we paid $6,500 for that report and got part of it. We are entitled to that entire report. Yes, absolutely redact only the names of those who came to him and spoke. But don't redact any of the names they spoke about, because that's what's in the part of the report we received. We paid for it. We're deserved the entire report.
Commissioner Kramer.
Yeah, I agree with both Doug and Melinda. I would love to see the full report. And with names redacted, we could also sign contracts stating that we won't repeat any of this information. Like there's a level of anonymity that can exist. I think we just need to like think outside the box as to how it can exist. But I think if it's fair enough that we air out certain people's names in the report, I think that it's okay that we look at those names that are in the granular aspects of the report as well. And I think it's important that we know all, we get the full scope of what's going on. I also think we could have done better. I know you guys did your due diligence and you looked into different places, but like even sitting there as an observer watching the report, it did not feel professional, and it did not feel like we were doing the county justice by what we did. And I'm going to stand by my comments earlier. It's really not sitting well with me. I think we have to figure out a better way to move forward. And Doug, I hope we can really get that raw data, because I think we might be able to hopefully glean some more information before moving forward. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, the report was anonymous. It should stay anonymous. I think it was a good buy for the $6,000 that we bought for it. I'm a little upset that I wasn't named in it. Okay, kind of jealous here a little bit. But a lot of that report, I'm speaking on a third grade level, which I did move on to the fourth grade. What was in that report was a lot of what I have gathered from employees. Those people, the names probably should have been kept out of it. I try to get along with everybody. Michelle, Jim, even Melinda and I are on speaking terms now, which I'm really glad of. But what came from that report is some ideas for me. How do we move this forward? I got some real good ideas how to move this forward. How to do a separation and still keep Jen and as a friend. I got Jen and Michelle as friends, and trying to keep Kathy as a friend, and even Melinda as a friend. Okay, I got some good ideas out of the report, so it was worth for me to read the report, and it should be kept anonymous.
Thank you. Commissioner Lautner?
I agree 100%. But what we have to do is now we need to gain back the trust that we just lost with several employees. So we need to that's why the whole report comes out, make it anonymous, that's fine. But we need they need their voices to be heard, and we've lost so much trust in this building over that report, the report that I refused to call survey, and we need to gain that back. We can't move forward till we gain that back.
I would like to read all of the results. Anonymous. I do not want to betray the confidence of anyone who gave a response, but I'd like to be able to read more than they were given.
I believe whenever you do a survey or report, if you like what you get, you applaud it. If you don't like it, you might find problems with it. And I think we have to be careful that we take out of the report what's worth taking out. And if it's not worth taking out, then let's not spend time on it. But I would be happy to reach out to Dr. Skolten and ask him what he could provide us in terms of Dan's redacted information. I brought that.
Everything.
And I
Everything we got,
would do that, and I would report back to you next Tuesday.
I guess I would just add that besides names, if there's something in the phrasing of some of the responses that would identify in any way, you would have to be careful with that as well, because it's not just names. There might be a response that was, you're gonna know immediately who that is by the way the question is answered. So I guess whatever I'm saying, I'm gonna err 180% from this commission's opinion on the side of protecting the privacy of those people.
Not necessarily need.
Excuse me, I was response.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lautner, and then
I was just saying that we need every response because under the same token, we knew who wrote some of this stuff. We know, you're just gonna know, because we've heard it either from them or, hear it through the line. So we know where a lot of it already came from. And in fact, a lot of it was expected. So, I don't, just as long as it's redacted, that's the best, we can hope.
Okay, Mr. Skolson gave us an outline of what he wanted to do, specifically how he was gonna do it, how he was gonna report. We had a chance, Darcy had a chance to look at it, the personnel committee looked at it, this full board looked at it. He sat there and you guys could have answered, asked him, and listened to his answers. And then when he presented the findings to us, he told us exactly what he was gonna do, why he did it, and how that's standard practice in a survey. Now we're telling him that his professionalism and what he agreed to do for this county doesn't mean anything. I'm really frustrated that we don't respect people. We hire people, we have signed a contract, and then we complain about what they do for us. I don't like that, and I'm not gonna be a part of that. I'm not gonna vote for that.
I think we have to watch out for our employees and our employees.
I am watching out for employees. I'm respecting
You
the
know, let's
process.
take this right back to that meeting you were talking about where we did not, and we were not able to talk to the gentleman sitting at the table about that report because I was interrupted 3 different times until the question was called. Never got a chance to even ask about it. So there you go.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer.
Thank you. I just want to make sure. Okay. I just want to I know there's a lot of emotions. I'm feeling a lot of emotions. I think everybody's feeling a lot of emotions towards this, as they should be. But we need it from a just, let's say, scientific perspective. We need all the data. I want all the data. And it's not what he can give us, it's all of the data. And that's it. If we look at it simply is data to help us make a better, more well-formed decision, then that's what we need. We need all of the data. I think it's pure and simple. It doesn't have to be, he didn't do a good job. We don't need to finger point, name call, anything. Data, that's it. This is data. Moving forward, all of it. That's what I'd like to see.
Okay, we have approved a motion to invite Chet to do a governance, effective governance workshop with us, correct?
Right.
And I think we asked me and directed me, not by motion, but by discussion, to reach out to John Skolton and see if there's other information that we could receive. We do not want any information that is not confidential, that is not, does not protect employees. But if there's more information that we ought to receive or could receive, I will ask John if he has that. I would say that I've been sitting in these meetings for a year. I know the first best thing we can do is that governance workshop. We got to learn how to work together, make decisions, and listen better, and talk less, and do all that. Let's do that. So may I assume that I can reach out to John Skolton? Anybody want to make a motion different than that?
No, just get the entire report, only with their names redacted. Don't let him choose something that says, well, I think they might know that the sheriff said that, so I'll leave that out. No.
I won't commit to getting the information. I will commit to asking him what he might provide. And bring that back for Tuesday night.
Commit to getting him what we paid for.
Anything else?
I think you have direction.
Okay, thank you. We are now down to, oh, this is hard sometimes. We are now down to administration and staffing updates. Deb Allen.
So a quick update on a few of the positions. I mentioned earlier that Jill Rowland will be starting in the executive assistant role. Next Monday, the 15th. It is a holiday, but she is coming in. It would be, she's salary, so it's not going to be at any or anything. So it's an opportunity to kind of come in and get some work done before the work week actually starts. In terms of the human resource director, we have interviewed one individual, had a conversation with another individual, both who have extensive experience in county government. We have a verbal offer extended to one individual who is to confirm Thursday their intention. And then we will be able to move forward with that position. So they have both union discussion or union experience. They have pension and county government experience and extensive HR experience.
Yeah, just a quick question. I had called you because I had understood that there was an internal candidate with a master's in HR that wasn't given an interview.
County government experience.
And when I talked to you and you said you did not think they had a master's in HR.
No, I said I'd have to check on that.
And you said then that you would check on it and get back with me. So
well, you are well aware that she does, so I needed to check on it for my own practice, looked at the resume again, confirmed that that person did not have the skill set of the other two individuals to move forward.
As I said, I was waiting for you to get back to me, you said you would, so I was correct then, that there was a master's degree, that you were looking for county government
experience, as often has been the request.
Okay.
Anything else?
Be moving forward with that, and at the position of a full-time individual moving forward based on the 2024 staffing and salary wages. And then in terms of the planning director, I wanted to bring to the board's attention something that was not known by myself, by the HR director, and was an opportunity to check in with the clerk's office in regards to the planning position. So this planning position, we have just recently identified that it does have to be, I believe it is on page 7 in this document. It says staff, and it says that the management of the planner shall be under the general supervision and control of the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners. Only the county board may hire and fire the county planner. So because of this and because of some of the discussions that we've had, I just, for my own protection, would like to have some direction from the board. It does say that the board can appoint a designee. I was under the impression that that was my role. So I just want to confirm with this board that that is indeed the intent to be able to move forward. I cannot assist the planning department by adding staff until I know what the opportunity is for actually hiring a planning director, or frankly, this board's direction on if they want me to extend a search out further from what we have currently done, because we had about 20 applications and only 2 of them had planning experience, and we interviewed both of those individuals with several board members present, as well as committee chairs or representatives. And that thus was the reason why we moved forward with an interim opportunity for our current, our senior planning director, who's now serving as interim planning director. So just some direction and some guidance needed to move forward.
Well, I was a part of the, as was Linda, a part of the individual interviews for the 2. And I was very happy that one of the people that we appointed, one of our own interim to be there, and I'm hopeful that we give her a chance to be successful before we keep looking for a planning director. I'm not looking for a 3rd direct report to the board. I would be very open to looking at this resolution and say the planning director and the department head that's just me, one person.
Isn't that changing our current policy though? I think we need to really think about it.
It's just resolution right here, yeah.
This is a non-mandated position. Non-mandated.
I think we need to really consider this. I'm not prepared to make a quick decision.
Commissioner Wapner?
Well, my concern with this goes a little bit more into the question that I keep asking, and we haven't got a clear answer on yet, and I keep being told, well, this isn't the meeting, but we have, our planning department deals with planning, with townships for zoning, with the planning commission. They do our recycling so all our recycling contracts for household hazardous waste, etc. They do our waste management plan. They are doing housing. They are doing brownfield and fast bank. They're doing our mapping. They're doing our remonumentation. And I don't want to dump parks on them too. So will our new executive assistant be helping with parks? Doing parks for us.
If I may, if you look in section C right above D that is highlighted in this resolution, it states specifically that for the purpose of being a sole employer, including but not limited to payroll, benefits, etc., the managerial duties include non-planning duties may be assigned as in EDC, remonumentation, recreation and parks, brownfield board, etc. So it is within this resolution that those duties were appropriate.
But if I may continue then, what we've got is now this, like when this was developed, we had a 30-year employee with extremely broad shoulders and a very seasoned staff beneath her. So it was not a problem. I mean, we just kept piling stuff on her and she's like, sure. And she did such a fabulous job of it all. So now what we've got is a brand new planning director. And even with some years experience, this is going to be brand new to her and or someone coming in from outside. In Parks and Rec, it just easily falls under the executive assistant to guide us in that, and that's what I prefer.
Commissioner Ross and then Commissioner Rexroth.
So, and this was done in 2011. And since 2011, was that when Trudy became the planning director?
Yeah.
So, and Trudy has always been reporting just to us? Did we know that? Or I mean, I have a feeling that Trudy felt like she worked very closely with many different administrators and I think that system worked. I never heard her complain about having that line of responsibility. So I have real problems and trying to micromanage this and let the administrator help figure out how the planning department should function coming up. And I am a member of the Parks and Recreation Board, and I have asked both employees in the planning department, and neither have said they can't take on Parks and Recreation. I've asked them point blank. So I don't see where there's a problem. I think we're following that, but I would like to know why. I never knew that Trudy didn't answer to that administrator. That's kind of odd, and I think it isn't a workable. It wasn't the way it felt to me that it was working. So,
Commissioner Rexroth.
I guess it seems like before we get into the weeds of what functions they should have, this first order of question is how is it structured, and that's really the main question in front of us, right? I mean, that's the issue we're trying to decide. Does the planning director report to the administrator, or does he report to the board? And I guess I'm confused by the same as some other people. I assumed this entire year that she was not a direct report to the board. So I don't this is really new and I don't know if I feel comfortable enough figuring everything out on this right now. I personally, I have no issue. I guess I'll agree with Commissioner Wessel. I'd rather not have another direct report. The function of this board is not to run the day-to-day business of the county. That's why we hire people to do it. I'd be leaning towards putting that under the control of the administrator and and it's confusing between the two. I mean, I think you have to say, we can under E, just say, hey, this is under we're gonna delegate that to the administrator. That would be my, but I'm kind of blindsided to this because this is all really new information. That's just one commissioner's opinion. I would rather see it the way I think we thought it was working.
Great. Commissioner there, and then Commissioner Lautner.
I'm uncomfortable making a hasty decision on this. Yes, I feel blindsided also. I'm not sure why we should change something that we've been doing for a very long time without some time to talk to people, and I'd like to know what the planning department is also. So I'm not comfortable moving on this month at all.
Commissioner Lautner?
The first question would be I would ask the clerk why this resolution was passed. I see I was absent for that meeting, and I'm trying to remember what the purpose of it would have been. But we have to make sure it isn't by state statute. That would be the first thing. Okay. Second thing is, I also have talked to staff about taking on parks, and without them saying so, they're not going to say no, because one is up for director. So why would they tell someone that, oh no, I'm not going to take on any more responsibilities if they want to receive a position? So what you get is, ask them, how about one more duty at Parks and Recreation? They'll do whatever they want, but I believe that's a non-union position function being dumped on a union employee, and I think we need to be very careful of that. But when your employee says, yes, I'd be happy to do it, it kind of tells you something right there. They're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we have to listen to the advice. And would they be just as happy not doing it? There's very nice question. I just think it's a lot. We never had a director. This is a function that county administration built. So and created the administration of parks. It was always done just on their own minutes, and all the work that was done with some help from the clerk's office. Now it's become, this live thing. So I'm not going to dump that on one more thing on that department. I think it's too much.
For me, the question is the board manage the daily task of the county? Or do we hire an administrator and have the administrator work with her team, department heads, elected officials, and do, I don't know that we approve all of those. I think that's why I want that governance workshop, because I think some of the stuff you delegate to the administrator, you don't like what the administrator is doing, you do that during the evaluation process, but you don't micromanage every decision. And that's why I don't want to take action on this, but I'm just one person. So I don't see a motion. And can we move on? I mean, I assume we'll hear about this again. Finance Committee proposed committee of the whole meeting.
You're looking at me.
Yeah.
Well, Kathy's here as well. Thank you, Kathy.
Sure.
You may remind me our discussion was at our last committee, the whole meeting, I think this came up, or actually organizational committee, will talk about board rules and regulations. And it was discussed to have, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, maybe you can help me with that, Kathy.
You're testing me, John Emrine.
Yeah, Emrine, all right, yeah, the pronunciation is difficult, but thank you so much. So I think he agreed to be present at a committee of the whole meeting and do his presentation, and then we would have a finance council meeting, finance committee meeting directly after that. And in accordance with trying to be open and so everyone has the same information. So I think that's all this is, I guess. I don't know if we just
I'm kind of thinking maybe we misunderstood, maybe I misunderstood. I felt the committee of the whole meeting would be John Amrine from MSU and a workshop on capital outlay for the entire board to consider. And then if the board felt that they needed more information, they would direct the finance committee to do a deep dive on items from the capital outlay discussion.
Yeah, I think I think that my memory is similar to that. When it relates to our committee structure, that we would only get into things. So maybe I'll back up prior to that just for a second.
Sure.
And one of the things that come out of those guidelines was that any of the finance committees have clear guidance, clear direction on what they're doing in the committee structure. So I'll let you in, Gwen, as soon as I finish it. Yeah, wait just a second. I think the finance committee has one clear task right now from its formation, but I guess I'd like board support as to what that is. And so I'm going to read what I think we were told to do when we were made, basically, and see if there's agreement on that specific task before we add another task. And so I'm trying to actually roll up and say, is there agreement on what we've been trying to do is what you want us to do as a finance committee? Rather than, because the rules that we put together for committee or guidelines we agreed to says that the board has to give specific direction. We're not touching everything finance. We're not touching all finance things come to this whole board unless we're directed to be working on a project. So this is what I understood happened back when this committee was formed. So please, this is just note this down as I'm sitting here. So that our current task, our only task, other than if we're given some other thing, is to research and present to the full board options and strategies relating to moving forward with the implementation of a finance department. That's what I understood our current task as a finance committee is. And so I guess I would look for actually, I think, a recommendation to make that resolution at the next meeting. So that clears the bell what we're doing and we're staying in our lane and we don't go anything out of that lane unless somebody asks us to do something again.
Yep. So I'm more comfortable with how you ended than I was at the beginning. If we are going to have a committee of the whole, I think it's important that we are all in on any decisions made. If you guys want to get into nuts and bolts of how to create a finance committee, beyond that, or department, I still don't like the structure. I think we should all be in on that. I will most likely attend that meeting, and be jumping up and down in my chair. So again, I'm not supportive of the committee structure because I think we should all be part of those decisions. But as long as you keep it to that fine road.
That was our rules that we agreed on at the last organizational meeting. That's how we decided to go forward with the committee structure as a group. So that's the reason I'm bringing this up, to make sure that my actions and the actions of all the rest of the committee members kind of comply with the exact direction of this board, which is what we talked about. So
what do you need now?
I guess I was looking for a recommendation for a motion at the regular meeting that is our authorized code, our authorized task at this moment until given another task, or until that task is removed.
I kind of feel like you already have that, but
We do.
it's okay.
I don't need a motion, but
Well, if there's enough discussion by consensus that we don't, then I'm okay with that too. I just want to make sure there's.
As long as the minutes reflect that we've,
Then I would similarly ask if the personnel committee has any sort of statement. I mean, I think it's, all committees should be treated equal and treated equally, so.
I think you did that at organizational. I think you did that at organizational last week.
Okay, we have to review that. I don't remember what that read then, so.
That the full board would make.
Oh, no, that one, what is the statement?
But
He
yeah,
wants to
she's,
know
she's
that.
probably looking for a similar statement like I am, but I just asked for, do we agree this is what your current task is, so that.
Oh,
statement,
agree
right?
to what you are currently charged with.
Like what it.
You're asking for affirmation of what you've already been charged with.
Right.
Okay,
I mean, and
gotcha.
I only circle back because of the change in the rules and all
I
that, so
gotcha.
there's no.
Sure.
No confusion on what we're supposed to be doing and how we go about it,
Yeah.
so.
So I think then, well, before next week, I think it'd be good for our committee or with the administration to figure out what that personnel committee. Why we were reformed. Why did we decide to do this? Do we have a task similar to yours? I just think we need to spell it out.
If I may, and I want to acknowledge Commissioner Algar has her hand up, but just mentioned that a lot of it had to do with the policies that were being reviewed. And so it was an opportunity to review a lot of those personnel policies through the personnel committee and then bring recommendations back to the board. So other than that, that was the primary purpose of that committee.
Commissioner Algar.
And what I understood is that we don't have an ongoing, I hope, that our committees don't have an ongoing mission, so we know we meet every month. But that we are available if there is something that needs to be examined or explored. And that we would discuss that at a commission meeting and ask a committee to deal with that. But I sure hope we don't have a concept of an ongoing committee that deals with things without the full board.
And Commissioner Algar, no one hopes that.
And that kind of brings me back to your 2A Finance Committee proposed committee of the whole meeting. And so I focused on that, which is you all wanted to be apprised of capital outlay issues and the MSU presentation. So I put a packet together for you for homework for you to look at so that when you come to that committee of the whole meeting, you'll have an update on where we stand with our ARPA funds, what we are still committed to on the Point Broadband, the uncommitted remaining dollars from ARPA funding, as well as a cheat sheet of all of the projects you started in 2023 that are still going on, and the proposed projects that we haven't decided on. So we don't lose these in all the weeds. So we stay focused because these are things that were on budget workshops that we said we will deal with. We needed an operational budget, which you have, but we need to continue with these. And then that's Point Broadband.
Thank you, Kathy, for that excellent, some way that data too, I appreciate it.
It's just my way of keeping track of things so I don't lose anything with everything that's going on. All things money. So,
And to be clear, that all those things, that's committee to whole discussion. That's not finance committee discussions. That's just to make sure it's not our, we're not doing anything with that.
and it's just to keep it on the bulletin board, and we either take the pin out and say we're not doing it, or we do it. So I did update a few things on this cheat sheet for you. Good news, we did get reimbursed by FEMA for the safety patrol boat. So the general fund has been replenished by $409,265. And when we complete the process, they'll send us the additional $1. So it's just their process. I did also provide you a drainage district overview update. Now, I found it very interesting that Brian Sensi was here with Drain Commissioner Christensen. They are underway on South Bar Lake. On South Bar, we have fronted engineering costs and legal costs to the tune of $97,900 roughly. Our contribution to South Bar, when they come and they ask for, do you want to prepay or what do you want to do? The estimated amount from a year ago, and he will update it. He told me he's going to update this. It should be around 56,000. So I'm guessing we'll front the 56, but then the funding will pay the general fund back roughly $100,000 because we fronted more than what our obligation is on South Bar. So I'm just keeping you apprised because that's rolling along. And so these are just cheat sheets for you to look at. So you're prepared for your committee of the whole, because that's what I thought our focus was MSU and capital outlay. And then if that meeting, you say we need more information, but we don't want to do the deep dive, you assign it to finance as Commissioner Rex wrote, as outlined.
What time is that? On the 24th?
9:30. 9:30.
And then we have D on there, the staffing update.
Yes, since our last meeting, my office is down 2 account clerks. My current account clerk has decided to make a lateral move in the courthouse. And her last day will be Friday, and she will be starting in the treasurer's office next week. So I am now on a talent search for 2 account clerks, and I have an offer out to 1 that I anticipated I was filling 1 position. Now I'm filling 2. So we're going to re-go and get back into some more interviews. And this individual comes with an accounting degree and accounting background. No government experience, but the degree in accounting is very attractive, and she interviewed very well. She and her family are evaluating the union contract, and they'll make a decision when they get back from a pre-planned holiday. So I anticipate she's asked some good questions. We had a phone conversation, and I expect an answer sometime next week. And then I will set up another interview with a candidate I discovered yesterday. So.
Question for Kathy. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Sure.
Thank you. I just take a minute. I apologize. I have to leave, and I apologize in advance for not being able to make next Tuesday's meeting. My travel plans have changed 3 times, and they changed again today with the weather. So I apologize to this committee or to you as public that I can't be here, but I've got a short amount of time to get to Detroit right now, and so thank you.
Drive carefully. Well, a reminder to the rest of us, we have in our board rule, we aim to conclude our meeting by 2 o'clock. So let's see if we can keep on schedule there. We have been provided copy. You want to introduce that, Deb?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to ask Lori to hand out the updates because I had the opportunity, since there was a tight turnaround from our meeting last Wednesday, the organizational meeting to today, and we didn't have the benefit of minutes just because of that tight turnaround. The clerk was helpful in sitting with me and kind of reviewing this whole document, what her understandings were, what our understandings were. So in this document, we'll review specifically the items that were changed from the rules of order that were presented last Wednesday at the organizational meeting. So if in yellow. So specifically on page number 4, there was just the changes to the meeting schedule, which is now going to be the executive committee meetings will be at 9:30. And then if you move forward to page 8 in this document, it speaks to the committee procedures. And it says meeting schedules except those set forth in these rules shall be at the direction of the chairperson of the respective board, commission, or committee, subject to the posting requirement of the open meeting. That is the same language. However, I wanted to point that out because it specifically says except those set forward in these rules, and we're going to address the element that the executive committee would be the point where committees would be delegated roles and responsibilities or action items. So that being said, in section D on that same page, it says committee meetings. It says meetings of the Executive Board of Commissioners, standing committees or select committees upon approval of the board may be convened by its chairperson or majority of its members, etc. So that speaks to the fact that those things have to come to the executive committee if they're not already scheduled, such as the executive committee, which goes on to the full board. Later in that same paragraph at the bottom, it just says, see Article 6, Section J for A and B, page 16 for clarification, and we'll get to that in just a moment. What is included then is item 1 through 4 are the recommendations that came specifically from Commissioner Rexroad that were shared last week. So this is an insert of the information that was provided. It was in your last packet. This is just, there were just a few minor updates that from the packet that you received. You want a second to look through that? That's exactly what was shared by Commissioner. All good? Yep. All right, on the next page, I just highlighted this just to confirm that the question, there was some question going back and forth about public comment. This is just to confirm that public comment in the executive board agenda, the first public comment will be up to 3 minutes per person and will be agenda specific. So that just confirms the practice that we did today. And then on special session on page 11, you'll see that's highlighted because we have not typically had an approval of the agenda because a specific or a special session agenda is set because that's the virtue of a special session, is that the agenda has to be set. But the board can make a decision to remove items from a special session. So because of that, we wanted to just simplify and say approval of the agenda, deletions only. And then the public comment is again agenda specific. And then you'll see the same language that was put in previously about see Article 6, Section J, etc. I don't believe there are any edits until we get to page 16, which is indeed the section that talks about public comment. And this specifically was broken into 2 sections, and this is where the clerk was very helpful in identifying section 4 or section J 4A and B, page 16 in this document.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the language that the clerk captured, and just want to put this before you for the board to take a look at.
So I understood that we said that we would be agenda specific, not at the public meeting, but at any other meetings we hold in the beginning. And if that's what this is saying, right? I don't know why you have to pull out this again though, and why is the executive board session? Okay. So all other meetings, agenda specific. Okay. Basically says that is. Seems a little redundant to me, but
it was the language that
okay
was shared.
I think that has worked really well.
So with these specific items, if the board is comfortable with those, then I believe you would be able to make a motion to approve the 2024 rules of order and procedures.
So moved.
Support. But I heard Gwen's concern though, that if you look at 4B and you thought that was redundant, if you put for all other meetings, comma, excluding monthly board meetings, comma.
I was gonna propose that for next Tuesday night. As I got home, I wanted to review it further, but I think that is the intent. That the regular board meeting can speak to anything.
That's
the
the
regular
only
board
one,
meeting.
so that's be a simpler way
Yeah.
to say it.
Well, there might be a few, but for.
So we can look at that next week. Could I have a motion? Oh, we have a motion, no?
And support.
Any other discussion?
But if you're
Would
gonna
that be
change
as
it,
amended?
Just clarify it, or just move it forward. to Tuesday. Something else.
What was the motion?
The motion is to approve it, but even if you approve it, you can always not put it on your consent. Just put it
Yeah,
down
put it
below.
down below. Yeah.
All those in support of the motion on the table, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 5-0. We now are at the annual administrator evaluation. And just a reminder that in November, we did have a plan that this board approved for our annual evaluation of the administrator. We will have a session at our February meeting to do that. Prior to that meeting, the commissioners will be given an evaluation instrument to submit. Those would be submitted anonymously and directly to the attorney who has agreed to compile those for us. And we will receive next week a self-evaluation from the administrator along with that instrument that the commissioners will fill out. So you then would have the rest of the month of January to fill that out.
Right, it's gonna be hard copy, right? I mean,
It will be hard
and
copy.
anonymous.
Yes.
So does the administrator get to fill one out on us?
And the instructions to our attorney is to not summarize, to feed us all raw data. I mean, I guess I'd like to be clear. I mean, since people are second guessing professionals in their roles and we hire them for, let's be specific with our attorney what we want this to look like. And I'm not sure we need to talk about that right now, but
I think the attorney will tell us that our evaluations are really not anonymous. As board members, I believe we're going to hear that our evaluation of the administrator is identified by us, and Deb has the right to know who that was. But that doesn't mean that how I evaluate that is known to the whole world, it's known to Deb. But we'll get clarification on that. We are now then down to review of financials. Commissioner Butler.
Yeah. You'll notice a very small,
Well,
for claims and accounts.
you approved about 235 invoices on December 29th, so that
That is
would be,
why.
yeah.
So then I've also added, we can expect some lates next week. so.
You will be getting 2 rounds of late claims. One will be for 23 invoices and one will be for 24 invoices. This is all 23 business in front of you now.
I do have a quick question. for you,
Yes.
Kathy, and I'm on the wrong number, but it's on page 4 of one of the claims of the account.
Okay.
that you sent us. But I'm just questioning, we have D&W, on one line, and then we have Gary O'Connor. Isn't Gary O'Connor D&W? I mean,
He is part of the D&W contract, and I think I'll allow Administrator Allen to explain why Gary submits individual invoices. Go ahead.
Well, I can just say that part of the agreement with D&W is that there would be services rendered by Gary specifically, and Gary comes in and does like 3 days a week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, which is above and beyond kind of the D&W contract. So there are times when he is working on special projects here for the county. So it's kind of a blended agreement.
And he has a certain certification too that allows him to do some very specific things. Is that a license he holds?
I can't speak to that, Kathy. You probably, based on your history, know. more
Well,
than
in
I
looking
do.
at the invoices, I think it's electrical.
He's a licensed electrician.
Thank you. Okay, I thought maybe that might be it too.
Any other questions for Kathy?
I don't know where they are. I see our sheriff bought, if you notice it, games for the inmates, and I thought that was interesting, but I've asked in the past, like, why are we paying for TV for our inmates and games? But once he explained it to me, so if you had some of the similar questions, it makes it so much easier on our corrections officers if they can keep the inmates busy and calm and happy and all those sort of things. So I thought they must have needed some new games, probably missing some puzzle pieces or game pieces or something. I thought it was an interesting one in there, so good job done. What's that?
I said that might work for us.
Maybe trouble or aggravation.
Okay, we're now down to special
Okay, what's
reports.
the word like?
What?
Risk. Risk, Ricky.
Special reports, and I think Melinda, you have one from negotiations.
I can just briefly, we received a letter of understanding from the union. And it passed the union, that was basically what it is because of the the jail operations over there, I don't want to say secretary. Whatever the position is, the front window lady that does all the work for the jail.
Jana.
The position there will be, it's a 40-hour work week. And so that person works through lunch. So there is no lunch hour. So we will be getting 8 hours worth of work out of the person and they will agree not to take a lunch. If they do, they're unpaid for that lunch hour. For lunchtime they would not be paid for that, but they do still accumulate vacation and personal time, I believe that's right, for that 1 hour. If they take that 1 hour off and have to do something personal at that time. So it just created it was brought to the surface by employees when that position changed personnel. It was brought to the attention of the employees. They had a letter of understanding, and that's been approved. So do we?
And we will be bringing back our attorney's draft recommended letter of understanding for action at next week's board meeting.
And it will probably include, unless we want to separate the two issues, that the assistant coordinator position is into the bargaining unit. We will have that Tuesday.
So we need a motion to move it forward to next Tuesday.
Yeah, support.
All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 5-0. Got that, Jim?
Sort of, who actually, so.
I made a
Melinda.
motion to move it forward.
Okay, just checking, because all I heard was Algar, so I got Lautner and Algar. Okay.
Hey, at this time, thank you.
Can I just really super quickly, I just want to again thank the Senior Services Department on their January, February Leelanau connection, which is a document that comes to every household, I believe, in Leelanau County. There was some information about how seniors and all of us can help save on energy costs during the winter months. I'm very appreciative of this information getting out to every landowner and appreciative to the staff that they're giving us this opportunity to share some really helpful information to our citizens. And I encourage everyone, if you have any comments about this or the information that we're sharing, my number is and my email is at the bottom, and I would love to hear what your thoughts are. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on reports? We want to thank the public for hanging with us for these 4.5 hours. We're now at our second public comment period. Your second public comment can be on any topic, and it should be limited to no more than 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes, Renee.
Okay. I'm Renee Weiler from Lake Leelanau. And I have a question for the board in regard to the Point Broadband project. We have spent $5 million to date on this, and you're shaking your head. We're not spending 5 million?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got 5 million allotted to this, and there's another 1.1 million for charter. And Patricia Sudis Little said that we have 300 subscribers. So I was just doing the math on the 5 million with 300 subscribers. That's about 18, 17 something, almost 18,000 per subscriber. And we have Elon Musk here in the county signing up everybody with lightning quick internet. Now, there is a $600 fee for the device that scans the sky and connects to his trains, satellite trains. But it would seem to me that the technology that we're keep throwing money at with point broadband is antiquated. And what point do we cut our losses? And then we're supposed to be giving Chris 18, he's got a payment plan for us. Isn't that wonderful? 18 payments of 6,300, one payment of 6,300, payment plan of $20,000 into his installments for a total of 40,000. So he's come up with a payment plan for us because he knows that we can't come up with all this money that we've allotted to this archaic internet system. Wouldn't we have been better off if we just paid $600 for anyone who couldn't get service and just give it to Elon Musk? Wouldn't that have been cut our losses? And on this project, we never should have gotten into that business. But I'm going to move on to my next subject, and that is the FOIA request. So I'm going to need to appeal my FOIA request. I made a very simple FOIA request. And that was, I just wanted to know how many of the 95 FOIA requests that Joe Hubble has have been answered. That was my only question. That was not answered. So I'm going to appeal that to you, Ty. I'm supposed to appeal that to you. So how many of these people have sit here for 4 hours wondering about their FOIA request? What's happening with that? And so I did get one little piece, little gold nugget, if you will, from my FOIA request, and that was there was a government employee. Lots of government employees are coming forward and getting information to us and saying, "Hey, this is happening. This place is chaotic. We want you to know." So I acted on one FOIA. It was $13,000 invoice for Raymond, the auditor. And what I found out is that that invoice was paid 90 days late. So I'm very concerned because we have all kinds of payment plans going on here for the internet. And now we know that our auditor is getting paid late. And I have a 25-year background as a mortgage banker. And if you came to me and said, "Hey, I got a 30-day late in the last 12 months, I can't give you a loan." If you're 30 days late, what happens to our credit rating when we are 90 days late? So I was looking into that, and West Shore Bank does municipal funding, and I would like to talk to them to see if they could even give us a loan because we are not paying our payments on time. And then I noticed when I'm looking at the invoice, I'm seeing that we are getting finance charges monthly because we're late. And our Commissioner Wessel, you waived all those fees. So how do you have legal authority? This might be a legal question for an attorney. Does our commissioners have the authority to waive late fees when we pay our bills late? Do you have that authority? I don't know, but another thing I saw is at the last email,
I'm sorry.
Michelle, no, I'm sorry, I have to tell you that.
I need to enforce our rules.
Okay, so I just want to know why
Get a minute more.
Yes, please. Somebody sponsor me for 20 seconds.
Yes.
Okay, I want to know why the CPA that's working on with Raymond has the pronouns next to her name, she, her, hers, and why has that firm not told us that we're paying our bills late? We pay them money to audit our records and we're 90 days late on our bills? Oh, well, okay, so we have a right to know what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to say I'm very uncomfortable with bending our rules.
We're not, okay. wait till commissioner comment, please. Okay. We do have a long-standing practice that if a commissioner asks for any one person to be extended, we've done that on occasion. You have that right too.
It's a person.
Commissioner Robbins, Mr. Robbins.
I like the Mr. better. I didn't plan on being up here today, but I had some court stuff, so I decided to sit in for a little while. It's been a week now almost. It's been difficult for some people, emotional, but we have the results, and that should be our main focus right there, taking care of these employees. And what I noticed today when you were talking about getting a hold of John and asking him about other results or whatever, I guess what you got to focus on is it's 3.8, if I remember. Going back to John isn't going to change the 3.8. So why waste Ty's time? Let's just focus on the issue and let's move forward, and everybody work together. If we work together as a community, as a board, and the employees and department heads, we can make this work. I mean, we're at a point now where we should have been a long time ago. You know, we can all work together for once. I mean, you as a board, I know you guys got beat up too last week, but it wasn't your board's fault either. It was my board's fault. It was board before me. This has been going on for a long time. So that's why we're all responsible, and we all got to put our heads together and make this work for the employees and make this a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Rakowski.
Good afternoon. Attending meetings here for almost 35 years. We've watched the chaos that descended upon us, on the people, as of May 11, 2021. And I find it peculiar, or does anybody find it peculiar, that the former administrator that was part of this chaos, which he called a fiasco, the clerk loading decision, he was part of it. He countenanced it. He helped promote it and everything else and transferred it to you, board members. Do you find it peculiar that you're bringing this person back to tell you how to govern? You find it odd? Why are we asking that person to help us to govern when that person was part of the chaos? But again, when you're a herd of steers running over the cliff, you're not going to ask questions, are you? What a tragedy we have. We still haven't reached bottom. We haven't quite jumped over the cliff yet, but we're getting close. So I am very concerned where we're going. And we need to find out what we did and admit to the people we made a terrible mistake. Apologize to the people, because we have now spent well over $500,000 of taxpayer money. A point was made today that on a certain issue that no money has been funded to this organization. Every meeting you attend and spend on an issue costs money. So we cannot say that. So be careful when we say we don't spend money. But this clerk voting decision of May 11, 2021 has probably cost us 5,000 hours of county commissioners and other people's time that was absolutely unnecessary and almost totally wasted. Thank you.
Bill.
Got 7 of these. I'll get the 2 commissioners later that are not here. And I hope my time is starting now without that comment that I made earlier, just about the handouts. Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. Nothing's going to work well unless we have paper ballots One person, one ballot, one vote, one day. No mail-in ballots, no absentee ballots, one day voting, make it a holiday. And the handout that I gave is summary of election fraud in the 2020 presidential election in the swing states. There's 142 bullet points here of fraud. One of the commissioners mentioned, I disagree that there's any fraud, but I will listen to everything you say. Well, that's wonderful. But the listening involves, if you hear something and it shows fraud, listening requires either to agree, yes, there's fraud there, or this is a reason it's not really fraud. Now, if you Google this name, and I hope you will, summary of election fraud, that name, the long name, on Google, you won't find this article. I don't know, I looked for about 20, I said, forget Google. And you go to DuckDuckGo and you Google that and you get it as a second hit. You can look at this. Otherwise, they don't want you to see it. There's lots of election fraud, and there's 142 examples of it here. Starting with here's another thought. The US government, the crown jewel of the world, basically, it's a $6 trillion. I don't know the economics. I might be off by twice. I don't know. We've got trillions of dollars every year, and that people can control with an election. Do you think maybe they're not going to try to get inside these computers? Of course they are. And so we can't trust it unless it's absolutely verifiable right there. No fraud will require that. Here's a picture. It's in the Wisconsin, either Senate or State House. So Lady Liberty, right there. It's a beautiful picture. I don't know if you want to look at the picture here, please. Clerks too, I don't know. There it is, especially the clerks, basically, because they're in charge of the elections, right? She's guarding the polls with that. And she's pointing up to heaven because God demands honest elections. That was a thought process back there. I'm not saying there wasn't cheating. I have examples of it too. But that's what we have to be going by. Lady Liberty pointing towards heaven, protecting. Here's what we've got. Nothing to see here. Move along. Dominion's Eric Coomer has a tattoo on his arm by artist listed #1 by the Church of Satan. It's called Screaming Pope by Francis Bacon. That's on his forearm. He's the one that said, don't worry about effing Trump. He's not going to win. I made sure of it. He's the vice president of security and innovation. Quite an innovation with Dominion. So at any rate, and the $5,000 we spent for the mapping, make it more convenient in the county of the elections, it's a good thing if it's an honest election, but they're not. They're not at all. 142 examples of fraud in that handout. I hope I put the holes in it. Hopefully, I don't know if you got a binder or what, but please keep it and please look online. There's links to all those hot links. They're all referenced where you can find it to show the fraud. So the mapping, what I see, I want to see this Lady Liberty. And what I see when I see that mapping with the voting as we have it is the screaming hope. This one right here. We need honest elections. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you for coming, all of you, for coming today. Commissioner comment? Yes. Commissioner Auger.
So the board a couple of years ago, 2 or 3, made a commitment similar to the rural electrification decision made back in the 20s and 30s. To provide every house with electricity, and I don't have specifics on that, so if I just kill the statistics, excuse me. Broadband is now pretty darn necessary for every home. We had thousands of people, I think there were 5,000 in the county. So a quarter of our population that did not have broadband or access to broadband. Satellite works for some. But we happen to have trees here. And they're beautiful trees. And we appreciate our trees. And if you have hills and trees, satellite just does not work for everyone. There's also a waiting list for satellite. So if it works on your property, it's fairly expensive to get, it's more expensive to have. And the chance that I've talked to many, many people who say, yes, I've tried, it does not work. So we made a commitment. We had an opportunity with Point, for those who were not here, to provide the northern, Leelanau Township was in particular need, and the western counties, the townships, were in particular need. Point Broadband gave us a pretty unusually good contract. They benefit from gaining more customers throughout the whole county. While Leelanau Township would be guaranteed that broadband would be provided to every single resident. We didn't sit here and say, oh, well, you know, they've got too much money, or their house is too big, or they're too rural. No, every resident. Hundreds, thousands of other people in the rest of the county now will have a choice about whether they want spectrum. They'll have, there's competition. That's always good. However, they did not bid on the 4 western counties because spectrum had rural opportunity funding grants, and we're working there. Gentlemen's agreement, they did not in true. So there was always an understanding that our commitment was to every single citizen, not just to a select few, but to every citizen. ARPA funds were going to cover the bulk, and we knew we had the money to finish the job. I decry any nickel and diming at this point, saying some people do not deserve what we gave everyone else. Nowhere in Leelanau Township did we say, oh, we shouldn't go down that road, those houses are too big, or it's too rural. We guaranteed coverage. We need to remember that that is the coverage we guarantee to every citizen in this county. I hope we will all remember that commitment, that every citizen of this county counts and deserves access to broadband. And will it cost us money? Yes. We made that commitment.
Any other commissioner comment? I want to answer Renee Weiler's question about a bill. We do pay our bills on time. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for the finance team. We had one bill that we had disagreement on the cost, and there was a dispute process, and there was a delay in paying that, and people we owed that money knew we were disputing it. Secondly, the chair can't waive late costs from a bill that we get. So I'd be happy to talk to Renee about that, but I didn't want the public to think that we have a cash flow problem. We do pay our bills on time. Thank you. Any,
The company kindly removed
the
those.
the company waived it, yeah. So now we're down to approval. Any motion?
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to pay claims and accounts $118,363.22.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye. That was close.
Oh, yeah, four, zero.
Yeah. I would recommend we pay post audit $2,119,472.68.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye. It's actually approved, I believe, but it's okay.
A motion to adjourn?
So.
Thank you. Go blue.
Wow, wasn't that a game?
Yeah.
Did we all stay up for it?
I did. I did. Thank you, Bill.